Hey guys, it is the 1st of January 2023, episode 213 of 4PlayerAnimecast. I am your host, Spire, but obviously neither the fact that I'm a host nor the episode number is more important than the fact that we are finally in the new year, 2023, and we are set to do our 4PA Anime Awards show. Always one of the most fun shows of the year, I think, and obviously I'll end up crying, waxing nostalgic, losing 5 pounds at the end of the episode, but that's for later. And here with me are my compatriots who have been with me through thick and thin throughout the entire year of 2022, as chaotic and awful as it was. And it is Dark,
Hello.
Toast,
I'm kind of miffed that Oro Crony makes the same jokes as me. Like, I don't know why I'm miffed, but I kind of am.
Literally you, dude.
Dang it.
and Nier.
Yeah.
All right, so again, we
We
are
should
all
all talk about our New Year's.
The toast thing reminds me of that. I was watching this streamer and it's like they were going through like some story stuff in Genshin and they were annoyed that they would always like end up thinking the same things as Paimon. It's just like, why is
Damn.
that guy doing this? And then Paimon would be like, what's that with that guy? Like so I was like, yo, I'm like 8 episodes into Red Eye Flops, and I knew I was gonna want a refund on brain cells. But like, goddamn. All right, I mean, you knew like what you were getting into, right? Like this is why you save those receipts on those brain cells, right? Come on now. Nobody in here would have recommended Red Eye Flops to you. I'm pretty sure we all thumbs it down, right?
Yeah, I'm
During our
pretty
previews,
sure.
yeah.
Which one?
Almost positive.
Love
Red Eye
flops.
Flops, Love Flops, yeah. I'm pretty sure we all thumbs it down. So you have only yourself to play for that one.
I feel like
But-
I feel like I'm going to watch it just to
yeah.
spite you all, because I'm like that.
But anyways, so we are all here today, and we're going to go through each of our awards categories. It's pretty standard. It has been for X years, right? We have stuff like best character or audio visuals, whatever stuff like that. And we're gonna have a little bit of personal awards, and yeah, just gonna go through, and each of us just gonna talk about what our metrics were for choosing the award, and just talk about our awards real quick, and we'll try to keep it relatively brief, although obviously
Haha.
some awards and obviously some series, notably a certain construction tool gender anime
What?
is going to cast a very large shadow over some stuff. But other than that,
What do you mean? What are you talking about? Germa's construction
Yeah.
bit?
yeah,
That's always
exactly.
That's the only
what
one.
I'm talking about.
Because remember when he was playing Pac-Man this year, and some dude was like, "Can you keep it down?"
Yeah.
Or was like, no, it was like,
Yeah,
"Can you
speak
Yeah,
can you?"
up.
can
It was like,
speak up? I'm on
I
a
can't hear
construction
you. I'm on
site.
construction
Yeah.
site.
Yeah, that was good.
Anyways, so we're probably just gonna head straight into things, since we do have a bunch of stuff that we do want to cover. So let's just hop right on to it. Starting off with best character. So this is, I guess, again, we can each have our own metrics. So I'll just leave it up to you guys. Starting off with,
Let me go first.
yeah, I was about to actually
My
say Toast.
my best character of the year is Uta from One Piece Film Red. No explanation needed.
No explanation.
I mean,
This
do
is
you want
it.
me to?
It's the.
Because I'll explain it.
I think it would be better with a little bit of explanation.
You
Honestly,
know who voices Uta? No one can. Amelie.
no one cared that you went straight into Amelie. Is that okay? Sure.
Okay, well, no, it's Kaori Nazuka. I don't know who that is, but apparently she's Charlotte
Oh, Nazca
from
Kari.
Grand
Okay.
Blue. I don't know who
Okay.
that is otherwise. But that's beside the point. She's cool and all. She was
She
what?
played
She was,
on apparently. Yeah. Oh, I keep forgetting she played Nunnally.
yeah,
Fucking.
she was Miyu. She was Nunnally. She was, I don't know. I think Eureka from Eureka 7. That's all I wrote for her. But like, that's
She's
beside the point.
Tsukasa. Yeah, in
That's
Omikami.
cool and all, but the only thing we care about Otto is her singing, and it's voiced Otto. The only thing we care about Uta is her singing, and she's Otto. If you don't know who Otto is, then I don't know. I touted her as the best Japanese singer to come out of her generation in a long
Mhm.
time.
Yeah, it's
She- I,
she's. I mean, I think there are a lot of good singers in Japan, obviously, but especially in terms of just comparison of age to the raw talent to also sort of the niche that she's working in, which is a little bit more of the. She's not like duking it straight up with like top like J-pop
I don't know,
like
man.
Kigadon kind of stuff, right? She's
She
She
right now
will be
she's still
soon.
kind of doing indie soon. But I think she is an extremely huge fish in a medium-sized pond right now. And
she
even in
hit
a big
top of
pond, I think.
she hit
Yeah.
top of the what is it, the what is it again, the streaming
Oricon?
charts.
All right. Oh, streaming like Spotify stuff? All right.
Yeah,
Yeah, I
she
think
hit
Spotify, right? I
for
think
like
this,
six
yeah.
months now, and New Genesis has over 104 million views. And
Yeah.
it's only been going up. So yeah. Well, I mean but as besides that, as a character to the One Piece
Mhm.
universe, she provides some interesting backstory to Luffy's childhood, because it's been spotty. Like,
Mhm.
oh, Luffy grew up here, and there's Shanks, and then Luffy suddenly wanted a musician that one time, and this explains why he wanted a musician. She's, like I said, she's just as important as I would say Ace or Sabo is to Luffy's backstory, even though she's a side story character. But
Mhm.
she's uh, she's a very popular character right out of the gate to the One Piece fandom. So good on her. That's why I picked Uta as best character of this year. Watch the movie; it's pretty cool.
All right. Pretty good. And I guess Nier then is
Um,
next best character, please.
yeah. So,
By the way, I just want to preface this. Nier and I were talking before the podcast, and I was like, we're kind of like on different a- aspects on the spectrum. Although I don't want to be, how do I say this? I think one of the worst.
contrarian.
Yeah, I'm just gonna fade every fucking trend. But
Yeah.
what I was saying was, I think one of the worst. Although I'm always talking about how I want to look for novelty, I think one of the worst things that you can do when you're rating anime, when you're thinking about anime, is be contrarian for the sake of being contrarian. I think that's a
Yeah.
bad thing.
Hey, that's
There's
me.
one thing to be like, I want to find something new because everybody's kind of doing the same thing and it's boring, and another to be like, oh, it's different or it's doing something different, and therefore it's automatically good and everything else is bad. That's like not good. And so
That's
I was
that.
talking
Hey,
to.
man, I'm the contrarian one here. You think you're gonna find a certain anime on my top list this year? No, no way.
so so I was talking with Nira. I was like, I think I've managed to avoid a lot of like Chainsaw Man stuff this year for the awards. And Nira was just like, no, I just gave Chainsaw Man like every award for the next 50
Yeah.
years.
So this year is like living in the shadow of Chainsaw Man.
Absolutely, yes,
But
yes,
yeah, just to preface my list,
yeah.
you're gonna hear about Chainsaw Man a good deal.
What was that year where Toast picked like one series? Was that it? Wasn't Data Live, right? It was like one.
Was it Fate Extra Last Encore? Because it was probably Fate Extra Last
It
Probably.
Encore.
might have been that year where you picked like a mixture of like Data Live and Fate Extra Last Encore, something
Hey,
like that.
man,
Yeah.
I hate Last Encore, but it's also pretty good.
Yeah. Anyways,
But
Nier.
yeah,
So, what is your best character?
so the criteria for me for best character is like it's pretty loose. And like so for me, I obviously like I try to go for you know, like a literary sense, like, sort of how the character develops, how the character
Mm-hmm.
interacts with the plot, et cetera, et cetera. With a little bit of flavoring of just, how much I like the character. And so this year I went with Shigemori no Taira from Heike Monogatari. And I just like this character a lot. Heike Monogatari is a story I like a lot. Shigemori is the leader of the Taira clan, and in Heike Monogatari, he's got a very interesting, I guess, cadence to him. And I just really like the way they sort of brought that character to life in this series, and the way he interacts with, all the kids, all the members of the
Yeah. So
of
like
the
how he kind
clan,
of like
and
mixed it, right? Yeah.
yeah, and just like the way he's initially set up with the main character Biwa, with like the initial setup being like, Biwa sees the fall of the Taira clan, and Shigemori's like, well, I don't I don't want that to happen, so he takes her under his wing.
It's more like a proper guardian. So it also helps, I think, because Biwa's not really supposed to be there in the Heike Monogatari, right?
Yeah.
She is an alien thing, and she can't just be like, "Hey, by the way, I'm chronicling everything." That's not a thing, right? So
Yeah,
it's like this helps having this secondary.
and
character.
Shigemori is sort of like a second protagonist for a good chunk of the story.
Yes.
He's basically the father figure to Biwa, and sort of he's a way to sort of deliver, I guess, exposition and sort of what's happening within the clan, to the quote unquote like uneducated Biwa, and yeah, I just think the way they handled it, that that dynamic was really, really good.
Yeah, he's a flexible, powerful, like both deuteragonist and like an expository role, while still not being like he's not just like a textbook though.
He's very likable. And yeah, he's just a good character. So yeah.
Okay.
Honorable mentions. I mean, I gotta do it. Denji, Chainsaw Man, right?
Denji.
But yeah.
What about Makima, bro?
What about Power, bro?
Yeah.
Did you know Power doesn't flush?
Uh-huh.
All right, pretty good. Thinking here. Dark, what about you?
All right, so mine was a fuck me, I have a coin toss. This is gonna be even harder. Mine
You
was
could give
a
it a
coin
tie
toss.
if you really want. Yeah.
No
Well,
ties.
no, I mean not even a coin. Yeah, I should say that. Yeah, no, mine is a tie. We are absolutely gonna have ties here.
Between?
Because I have two. So mine is a tie between Anya Forger or Wakana Gojo.
Ah, okay. All right.
So yeah, I mean, there's really not a whole lot I feel like to say about realistically like either of these characters. Anya is just a very well done character, very well like
Yes, sir.
would you call it? A very well realized character. She's the glue of Spy Family. A lot of very funny, like memey type moments with her. The Atami Tanazaki's like delivery is killer. So
yeah, and her very unique tone, I think it really just like
yeah. I mean, it's just been a great ride, and I think so far she's been the most entertaining character in the show. And then I also, I had my tie with Wakana Gojo just because I think, just his character type and delivery was really fun in the show. Really nice contrast against
Marin?
I can't remember her name. Yeah, Marin. Yeah.
Marin
So
Kitagawa.
I think they both played off of each other really well. And I wanted to just have him in there just because it's like, I wouldn't give it overall cast for that series, but I think he was really strong, especially with a lot of the introspection.
Okay.
A lot of character growth during the series.
Pretty good. So yeah, thank you, Dark. And I guess I'll be going last. And my pick, and you better double that picture that you just put up. It is also Anya Forger from Spy Family. A lot of things that Park just talked about, and my metric, to put it a little bit more concretely, is a lot dependent on. Obviously, you have to have like an organic character. Organic character is like a necessary but not sufficient characteristic. And it's just like, if you don't have that, you don't have an actual like proper good character in the first place, right? So that's just like a given. Like I shouldn't even be mentioning it unless like the only point where you should have an inorganic character is specifically if you have a story that doesn't really revolve around using organic characters with organic interactions, right? And it's more a specific like plot that you want to drive. That's like the only excuse. But having an organic character, obviously, but also having proper introspections that evolve both the character and the plot in an organic way, right? So not only do they have to start organic, but they have to evolve in an organic manner. They can't just be like, just saw a cat die. I'm going to become a mass murderer. Like that's not an evolution that an organic character does, right? So that has to happen, and also that has to tie into the evolution of the plot in a natural manner. And obviously, that's a very hard thing to do, right? But that's why these people get paid. That's why these people are professionals and they're getting paid, right? So I think Anya Forger does that very well. I think obviously she represents part of the chronicler role in a sense, right? Of the third person perspectives that we see each of the characters, she also serves as sort of the Watson in the series, right?
Amelia
But on top
Watson.
of yes, part of that too. But serves as the Watson, the chronicler in the series, but also has her own evolutions, has her own background that isn't that far fetched given the actual story's premise, right? And evolves in a unique manner and interacts with her sort of Lloyd and Yor and everybody else and Yuri and everybody else in an organic manner. And I think that was a thing that was a little bit harder to see in a lot of other series, even in something like Bocchi the Rock, or other series where it's supposed to be more organic, like World After Love After World Domination, or whatever, Pari Picome, where they have these like characters talking to each other in an effort to be more organic, right? I think that sort of development, that sort of introspection, that sort of retrospection was a little bit more absent than it was with Anya Forger. So definitely wins best character. Honorable mentions go to Goto Hitori, or Bocchi, the titular Bocchi the Rock, as well as the main character, the main girl in Heroine Tarumono, or Heroines Run the Show, also known as Suzumi Hiyori. So yeah.
Isn't
So that-
Anya just Kana 2.0 for most people?
Kanna, as in like
No.
Maid Dragon.
No,
Kana.
not
Yeah,
even
it's-
close.
yeah, I don't think. I think it's a very different role.
On a
because-
surface level,
Kana is
on a surface level, sure, but
See?
Kana is a
It's like-
different beast.
It's like, God, I really want to make like a really
I mean,
fucked up, like
Kana gives like
Attack on
if it
Titan and
was the
Cabaneri are
same-
essentially the same series, right? It's like
if
that's
it
sort of
was
what
the
you're asking.
same, though,
Yeah.
but like Kana would literally give credence to those absolute psychos that are like, oh, like why is Anya blushing? That's like weird and sexual. Everyone's like, what?
Yeah, Kanna is kind of just there
Kana-
because she's. I mean, I think there's a good portion of the series where they have Kanna learning to be more mature, more like less, quote unquote, less like a dragon, right, and more like a human, and they show some parts of that. But
But who
for
cares
the
about that? We
most
only
part-
care about her eating bugs. And
yeah, a
crabs.
lot of the problem is outside of those like sort of fewer chapters. Kanna is pretty much reduced to being like, oh, I am the cute dragon who also like eats entire like inorganic material, right? Like that's sort of what she's being reduced down to. Whereas Anya sort of keeps this constant evolution, this constant retrospection. She kind of keeps this constant facet of herself that is much more human and not just like, I am a cute girl. Like that's so that's
How dare
what I
you
think.
say that Kana isn't the driving force of Maid Dragon?
Yeah, I apologize. But yeah. All right, so good stuff. Best character, and next on we have best overall cast. So Toast, would you like to?
I had several.
Okay.
Nominees for. I put in Spy Family for the main Forager family because those three are pretty cool.
Mm-hmm.
I had Futoku no Guild because that show's funny, but only watch the uncensored part. Don't watch any other version.
Okay.
Obviously, like whatever. And then I also put in Akiba Maid War because that show is also funny. I like the maids, but but overall kind of weak.
Okay.
So it came down to two picks. I had the Urusei Yatsura group from the 2022 remake.
That's cheating.
Yeah, you know it is. And Prima Doll.
Hard.
But in the end, I picked Prima Doll because
Okay. Okay.
I like that cast. Each one had their own mysterious circumstances surrounded them.
Yeah, those characters were surprisingly pretty good. I think obviously, there were some other things with like the overall universe that was limited by its mobile game aspect, right? But like the characters were surprisingly good in the anime, I think.
Yeah, it's a key work, and I'll
Mhm.
just say I like this cast more than I like the cast of previous key works in a very long time. So
I
I'm
think I think to be fair, it's not that high of a bar. Like previously, what was it? It was like Summer Pockets +1, right? Like maybe
so
like a rewrite
and then
DLC. It's like that. It's like what?
Charlotte.
Charlotte was like,
man, what was the last
oh,
key
wasn't
group
it
I
day
like?
the day became a god,
Ugh,
right?
ugh.
It was the day. It was the two were like Summer Pockets and the day I became a god. Those two were it,
Yeah.
right? If I remember.
It's telling
Okay,
when the
okay.
last like key characters of a series I liked was probably Little Busters, and that was a long time ago.
Yeah. That's pretty much the same
Overall
as me.
cast, but
Me too.
over this, I like the five main girls. They're cool.
Okay.
And,
All
I
right.
still really do like Prima Doll. It was a contender for. Did I say it was best that season? I hope I did.
Yeah,
Probably
I
did.
think I think I
Either
think for
that or
me it
you,
was
you either said that or some dog shit isekai.
some stupid
What,
fucking isekai.
what did I
Yeah.
say?
But but yeah, I
When was
definitely
it?
agree with that too.
When did it was fall,
Wasn't it
right?
like
No.
I feel like it was fall. Okay, everybody should have 20. By the
No,
way,
Prima
I
Doll
also
think it
said
was
this.
summer.
It was
Summer.
summer?
Prima Doll was summer, yeah.
Yeah,
I
it was
want
summer.
Yes.
to. I'm gonna pin this freaking message. But yeah. Okay. So
I
what?
hope I said it. It was either that or Isekai Yakuku I put as best that season. So okay, fair.
Yeah. But by the way, I was talking with Nier and Dark and Toast about this like way before the podcast or with this episode. But like, so I believe last year or maybe a little bit after that, somebody on Wikipedia reorganized all of the English pages for anime. So they actually have like a specific page for like, 2021 in anime or 2022 in anime and stuff like that. And they have like all the things organized and it's not just like, just like a really shitty list. So they have it all in table organization. And I was like, like this page alone makes top down organization and visualization of the year like so much easier than like my anime list or AniList. It's like actually a better tool now, which is kind of sad. But yeah, Prima Doll is Prima Doll was July. It was summer, so July to September. Yeah. Anyways, thank you, Toast. What about you, Dark?
Oh,
Best overall
me.
cast, please.
My best overall cast was yet another tie. These are the only two ties I have. Um,
Mhm.
and I mean, mine was almost a three-way tie, but I decided, you know what? Fuck it. Chainsaw Man I eliminated from the running just because I was like, cast is like full cast is really good, but realistically, I'm kind of like really digging only, like two characters.
Who's your
Yes.
favorite?
being Denji in Power right now, even though I do like the other
What
characters
about
so far.
Makima?
Aki, a little bit more. No, Makima is a disgusting fascist, okay? Again, like, people were insane to get past, like, even chapter 1 and not be like, damn, Makima, not great. But I went with the tie of Bocchi the Rock and Spy Family. Just because the Forgers, great, obviously, play really well off of each other. But on top of that, I feel like even the expanded cast is really nice. Desmond stuff is fun. Anya's other friend Becky, very fun. The supporting spies are really, really fun too. Like the informant Frankie, great. In part 2, what was her name? It was I forget what her spy name was, but her like fake name was Fiona. Very fun stuff with her, and even like the headmaster and stuff like that. So all play really well off of each other. And then Bocchi the Rock, obviously, again, all four of
Bochi
them.
sweep. Bochi sweep.
Yeah, all four of
Yes.
them just honestly great, like compliments to each other's characters. Not fully fitting in, like they do have like an archetype slash like a trope type almost to some of them, but not fully fitting into all of them. Like not perfectly fitting into that box was kind of nice. So like that I really appreciated too with Bocchi, especially just because like Bocchi, you have. I mean, like Bocchi, you have like the sort of like shut in character, but the desire for growth is kind of like you feel that way stronger with her. And then you have that play off of Rio being the loner type, but also being a fucking idiot was really nice too. Like she's just stupid, which is very funny. And then Nichiga is like kind of like the Genki girl, but still has sort of like the more serious supportive moments. And then Ikkyo like kind of having certain moments of like self-doubt push through, which was cool. And then again, the expanded cast really great with Kikuri, the alcoholic. The family, like Hitori's family, was really fun. Especially like the little sister's reactions to shit was really funny.
Right.
And yeah, just overall it was just a really fun cast of characters to play off of each other.
All right, pretty good. Nier?
Yeah, so best cast. I had a lot of runners up for this category.
That's fine.
This year had a lot of like really good, just like really strong casts of like main and supporting characters.
Honestly, that's like a very like promising thing, right? That like
Yeah.
indicates that a lot of script writers and not even script writers, but like the original source material are kind of turning towards proper characterizations of at least the cast.
Yeah. Again, obviously, Spy Family, huge, huge contender. Paripikome was a really big contender for me. Yofukashi no Uta was also a huge contender for me. In the end, it sort of came down between, for me, it was either, well, the one that didn't win was Bocchi the Rock, right? And the only reason I didn't really give Bocchi the best cast is because I do feel that, in terms of a lot of the gags, screen time, a lot of the character focus, I do feel like it is very lopsided towards Hitori. And a good chunk of the cast doesn't really get enough time to shine, in my opinion. But that's just the way the series is focused. But I did give it to Chainsaw Man. I do feel that Chainsaw Man's characters are just like, even the like very low level supporting cast has like a certain depth to it, or a huge amount of charm. Whether it's just like rule of cool, or a comedic element, or just something relatable or
Like a
whatever.
certain proper shtick to them.
Yeah, they've all got very key, like very memorable aspects to them, even if like their screen time is like fucking 10 seconds and like 2 lines. You know,
Mhm.
a lot of characters are very memorable. Obviously, the main cast is extremely good. There's a lot of really, really good just character moments. A lot of the characters in general just build up like each other. And you know, they all sort of build towards this, you know, penultimate thing, you know, typically what a shonen should do, you know, Chainsaw Man actually achieves. And yeah, for me, it's definitely the best cast of the year.
Which one is the one that keeps showing up as a Germa edit? Was it Kobeni? I think it was her, right?
Oh, the one that's like eating the burger and stuff? Yeah, it's Kobeni.
Nice.
All right. I guess my my award for best overall cast will go to
Found it. There you go. It's this one.
Butchie the Rock again. And
Wow.
I would like to preface this with, so I think
Yeah, I found it.
the way I kind of used my metric this time was a little bit variant. Obviously, I want the cast to be organic and kind of play with each other, but I think the relative kind of depth to which each of the characters are explored, and while they're still interacting with each other, is also relatively important. So I did give on that basis, I did give the honorable mentions to um, Chainsaw Man, Love After World Domination, Engage Kiss, Paripi Kome or Yaboy Kong Ming, right? And I think Bochi the Rock, what I would say is definitely had some criticisms for it at the beginning where I was like, it was a little bit too slow, a little bit slow to start off of at the beginning, where I said, okay, these these characters are all kind of just working off their shtick and they're not really evolving beyond their sort of two-dimensional, oh, I'm the quiet girl, I'm the shy girl kind of thing. But I think once episode 3 onwards hit, they really just like ramped it up exponentially to such an extent that I think it was very hard to um for at least in my mind, it was very hard to not see their development as a very like complex, uh, uh, not like super complex, but like a very fleshed out and properly organic cast. And I do like the nature of sort of how they have like the extended like family members also kind of jump in and interact with them properly. And even when they do have the family members, it's not just the whole like for instance, one thing I kept like thinking about when I was like browsing YouTube stuff recently was um like something like Komi or like Uzaki-chan, right? They have their thing where it's like they have the main characters and they have their family members, right? And their family members also have the shticks, and so you spend like a couple of chapters like kind of bouncing off the main character kind of bounces off the family's shticks, right? But I think Butchie the Rock definitely goes a little bit further than that, like one or two steps further than that. And that's what I did really appreciate. And I think that really kind of put me over the edge when I gave it my award for Best Overall Cast. So yeah, definitely I think this overall deserved it. And although obviously there were a lot of other series in the lineup that were very close contenders, but that's who I gave my award to. So yeah, best overall cast is Bochi the Rock for me, and then next is, and usually we don't necessarily do this for everybody. If one of you guys don't have an entry for the next one or two awards, it's fine. But I believe in the recent years, everybody's kind of started having one or two suggestions for these awards. So we are going to go over to Best Voice Actor here. And let's just, again, start off with Toast. Best Voice Actor. Do you have an entry for us?
Did you know that did you know I'm gonna call you out, Spire? You didn't let me pick my original choice.
No, I'm not sure whether it was just me or it was just a general consensus that she didn't actually voice act, but
She
you
didn't
know.
voice act, dude. Like
Singing is voice
that's
acting, bro.
no.
No, I don't. Is Higedan a voice actor? Do they
Yes.
insert it like this?
Yes.
I
Most
don't think
voice
that's how that
actors
works.
are singers, Fire. But not all
Is
singers are
Oishi
voice actors.
Masayoshi the
Yeah.
best voice actor of our generation? It's like I
But
don't know.
yeah, so to say, my original pick was Ado as the singing voice of Uta from One Piece film Red, but they're like, oh,
It's
he
not
doesn't
voice
count
acting.
as a voice actor. And I fought tooth and nail to have Ado on there, but they're like, no. So I'm like, fine, whatever. So I mean, I'm gonna call an audible on this one, and I'm going to pick Ogura Yui
Okay.
for her role as Mei Hamano in Fufu Ijo, because it didn't sound like the usual Ogura Yui that I'm used to. She played a tomboy role, and I was like, damn, who is this? Then I looked up and it was Ogura Yui, and I was like, I did not expect that at all.
Yeah,
So
she
good
again
on
is
her.
quite good at doing these like different roles, like without being like without kind of like uh having her original kind of tone be discovered, right? It's like some voice actors or actresses have a very hard time doing that, right? The most infamous are obviously somebody like um Hayami Saori, right? She has an extremely hard time doing that. Hanazawa Kana, a very famous example. And on the male side, obviously somebody like Morikubo Shotaro, right? Shotaro Morikubo, or like Takehito Koyasu, right? It's very hard to hide that sort of like Dio voice, right?
Yeah.
But I think Ogura Yui does a very good job at it, for sure.
And my runner up, one was a revenge runner up, was I picked Amelie as best voice actor this year
Uh-huh.
for as the actual English dub of Uta, but also because she did a very good what's her name from that one show, Kitagawa Marin.
Okay.
She was the English voice actor of that Bisque doll. So
Okay.
like that's an actual pick.
Yeah, I actually did know about
It's
that.
not and it was not exactly revenge pick. And then my other one was, did I have another one? No, I don't think I did. No, that's about it. Yeah.
Okay, pretty good.
Oh wait, yeah. Now I remember. Yeah, sorry. It's Jenya David Yuk. I don't know if I said her name correctly.
Oh, the person who did like the Russian role
Yeah,
in Akiba Maid
actual
Wars.
Russian girl who does the Russian, who voices the Russian girl in Akiba Maid War, Zoya. Yeah. So I was like,
Okay.
dang, that's a real Russian right there. So shout out to her.
Okay, pretty good. Nier, what about you? Best voice actor or actress? Do you have an entry for us?
I do. So I'm pretty sure I say this every year, but I'm not as much of a Seiyu otaku as some of these guys are.
I think that's fine. Yeah.
But yeah, typically when I go for this award, I usually look at like either one or two roles. This year it was just one. But it's not too often that a voice actor, I feel like literally takes you like back in time. And so this year I gave it to Usaka Sumide for her role as Lum.
Okay.
Usaka Sumide's Lum is like almost a perfect, like spot on recreation of the original voice.
Yeah,
it's just like it's phenomenal, right? It's very hard to tell the difference, really.
The scary part is like she still has like 10% of that like Uesaka Sumire voice, like that like sort of higher, like clearer, like register that she has as her original voice. So it's like you could tell that like it's her, but it's like she's still doing that old voice. It's actually pretty fascinating. Yeah.
Nia, I can't believe you didn't even mention the other voice actors in Lum.
What about you,
Because
Dark?
I've already said it before, but the original voice actors for Lum and that guy are now the mom and dad.
Yeah.
So that's a good passing of the torch to compare if you want to compare voices.
But yeah. Dark, what about you?
So for me, I, as mentioned somewhat, kind of, sort of earlier, I went with Atsumi Tanizaki.
Okay.
And, probably, definitely most notable this year as Anya Forger, but, she also had a pretty killer year insofar as, like, some supporting characters. She was playing Sajane Inui, the, like, lolly type, and, like, older sister in Bisque Doll. So,
Mhm.
yeah, I mean, she was in that. She was supporting a role in Akebi-chan. She's
Mm-hmm.
Emporio in JoJo Part 6. And yeah, and she's also Tome from Mob Psycho.
Yeah.
I mean, all
I
of them,
think I
but
think
also season
this
3.
year was
So this
pretty
year she had a
pretty
pretty killer year as far as like work goes alone, and then I
yeah.
think just her, again, her performance as Anya, and then with those other characters, like her range is pretty significant. Like even coming up, we have in 2023. Granted, this is a little cheating, but we have Hattori Chise from Mahotsukai no Yome.
Yes,
So
sir.
you know, like her vocal range is still pretty killer.
I think this year was definitely the lolly voices strike back kind of thing because she obviously Tanizaki Atsumi obviously did a great job as she usually does, um, but this year was also quite good for Kuno Misaki as well, the infamous sort of professional kindergarten voice actress, the person who does that sort of baby voice. And she did, a lot of voices this year as well, with like Kurumi and Licorice Recall, like the like Kid Hacker. She did one of the voices in Prima Doll. She did like the Ars Notoria of the titular smile of the Ars Notoria, right? And Heine in Summertime Rendering and stuff like that. So I think a lot of good opportunities, a lot of good work for those two this year, sure. Yeah. All right. And I guess I'll round it off. I usually try to take a very overall kind of top-down perspective on like the number of works that people did and the number of sort of main roles that people participated in. I I have a not like a super solid rule, but I have a relatively solid rule in that I will not let one huge role uh beat out like consistent work throughout the year. So if like somebody did like, 3 or 4 good works, then they should get the award over one voice actor that kind of managed to get this one huge role for like 1 year, right? That's just a kind of unfair because one has shown clear kind of like consistency in finding and doing work, and the other one kind of like obviously that they've been doing hard work as well, but they kind of lucked out, right, on the addition. So I think when considering it from that perspective, I do have to give it to Saito Soma. And as a voice actor this year, he did one of the main characters, sort of one of the 3 trio, and Kojiro in Orient, right? That's sort of the manga made by the author of Magi, right? And he did Miyano and Sasaki to Miyano. He did uh, Wayne, yeah, Wayne, right? In Tensai Oji, right? Genius Prince, uh, rebuilt the kingdom or whatever it is, right? He did the main character Ogata Shu in Engage Kiss, and he did one of sort of the more active characters, one of the sort of main team people in Chikiri Hyoma and Blue Lock. So did a lot of solid work throughout the year. Might not have been the most like obvious, like Spy Family or whatever role, but he did put in consistent work. So my award goes to him. Honorable mentions go to Yamashita Seiichiro, who did Shadow and The Eminence in Shadow, as well as Yaku Jiro and Fufu Ijo Kobito Miman, right? One of the main characters. as well as Ichino Sakana. You might know her as the voice of Ichiko in Darling in the Franxx, uh, who also did Pudding in Do It Yourself, Mercury for Gundam, which is Mercury, and Olivia in Mobseka, reincarnated as a villain in an Ultimate game or whatever it was. And with Reina, finally. Honorable mention to her for doing Eliana Bernstein and Bibliophile Princess, Melfina in Black Summoner, Reze in Chainsaw Man, and Eleonora or Ellen in Parallel World Pharmacy. So yeah. All right, and the other one, the voice acting stuff is best newcomer voice actress or actor. So Toast, would you like to start us off on that?
I'll just say I didn't have any for this one. I don't know any Newcomer VA, so here's my second audible. You know who I picked? I picked
Who?
a trio.
Who's the
I
trio?
picked Shirakami Fubuki, Shirogane Noel, and Omar Hoka for their roles as bosses in Little Witch Nobita.
Okay.
That really, that's my audible there, my second audible there, because I don't know. All I know is that Little Witch Nobita came out this year, right? Or is it
I'm not
last
sure.
Out of
Well,
early
last year.
access. Yeah.
Yeah, so I was like, oh, they're voice acting in this game, cool. And that's the extent of my research.
Okay.
Because I don't think anything I watch has newcomer VAs that I was particularly interested in. Like, oh,
Okay.
none of these wowed me, so I'm just gonna pick the audible. Because did I pick? I'm pretty sure I picked Fubuki and Matsuri for last year, right? As well as Nene. Good on
I
them.
think so.
You hear that, Spire? VTubers are voice actors now.
Well, okay. No comment on that. But Nier, what about you? Did you have any entries or?
Yeah.
Is it a sweep? Yeah, buddy.
I went with Kikunosuke Toya,
Yes,
who
sir.
voiced Denji in Chainsaw Man.
Yeah.
I thought he did a absolutely fantastic job. This dude literally came out of fucking nowhere. As far as I could
Hello.
tell.
Yeah.
He
I mean, like,
has
so like a quick like disclaimer. When we say like come out of nowhere, obviously these people like probably have been doing like student A or like dog B or
yeah,
whatever for like
so
a
he
year,
has
whatever.
so
right?
he has a
Like,
few random roles. He
yeah,
has
but there's a
like
different. When we say came out of nowhere, we mean like literally like named freaking roles in
yeah,
like
like
series
when you look him up on something like Anime News Network, right? Like
or
you
Mal.
see
Yeah, exactly.
you see
You see actual like bolded roles, and it's not just like
yeah,
student,
he's
mom B or whatever. Yeah,
yeah, he's customer in episode 11
yeah,
of
that's not a
Hiroine Hiroine Wataru Mono, right? But yeah, like this dude comes along and he gets the main character role of one of the biggest anime to come out in a very long time, right?
Mm-hmm.
And like nobody's heard of this dude. I really want to know how he got this role.
The scary part is like I'm gonna say so next year he's doing that like multimedia like YouTube weird thing like unite up the male idol thing,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
If that was this year, I don't think there would have been any argument as to him being best newcomer because he has the main role in that too.
Yep.
Like, and it's just like what? Okay.
Yeah, it's pretty wild. But yeah, he did a absolutely fantastic job. You know, he really is like he's just really good at sort of injecting the little slurs and like mispronunciations that Denji has like as a character in a very natural way. He's like really good just as a shonen protagonist. He's very good at being, cool, monotone, sort of chilled out. And then obviously he can do, the screaming and the shouting and stuff. Just very, very like just really, really good. And quite wild to see from basically someone's like debut role.
Right.
This is his like, it's his big break really.
Yeah.
And it comes
Most breakout roles are not this big
yeah
at all.
yeah, and they're not usually this soon either.
Yeah.
But yeah, and I wanted to do honorable mention to Sakumi Mizuno,
Misaku, yes.
who was Jusetsu in Kokyo no Karasu, and Ryo in Butcher the Rock.
Yeah.
I thought she was very, very good in those as well. So
Yeah. All right, pretty good. Dark, do you have an entry for us?
Yeah, I do. I went with Konomi Inagaki
Uh-huh.
for her role specifically for US Sedafu and from DIY. And I don't remember how to pronounce this character's name because I think everyone just calls her Lily, but Lily from
Witch of Mercury?
Witch from Mercury. Yeah.
Yes.
So she's like the heavier girl in that.
Right. All right, pretty good.
Yeah, so I mean,
Uh.
both of those roles are killer.
Right.
Obviously, though I will say also a sort of runner up that I had was Hino Sugata, which who voiced
Yes.
Kitagawa Marin from
Although
this
she
show.
did
So
do, she did have sort of like, I don't want to say like her cash cow or like sort of lifeline, right? But she did do, she is one of the main Bang Dream characters, right? Not main Bang Dream
yeah,
characters, but she does do like a
she's
Bang
not
Dream role.
main, but she was doing Bang Dream from
Yeah,
like
yeah.
2021 though.
Yeah.
So kind of
And
counted
there's like a
that
funny
just
clip
because it
out
was
of
like
there.
this was like the blow up. So
Yeah,
I
for
feel like.
sure, absolutely. And it's really funny because it's like there's a clip out of there. I think it has been translated on YouTube where she says, so she plays a Garu, sort of like blonde Garu or whatever in Bang Dream, right? And she also plays obviously the sort of like popular like model Garu girl and for Kitagawa Marin in Sono Biscuito, right? Or My Dress Up Darling, whatever you want to call it. And it just so happens that Sukute Hina is actually a sort of country girl, right? And by country girl, we kind of mean just kind of like outside of like the main sort of like big like cities, right? Like she's outside of Osaka or like outside of Saitama or like somebody like Tokyo or whatever, but mainly Tokyo, right? She's not really Tokyoite. She's like way out. She has to like bus like or she has to travel by train or bus or however like 30 minutes, an hour just to get to the school or whatever, stuff like that. And so her role was just like she had to be this like gal, like Garu, right? That knew how to get around like Shinjuku or, Shino Ogubo or whatever, or freaking Tokyo properly. And she's just like, what? Like what? Like I don't know what Gatas do. I'm not even from the city. So very, very interesting setups that she got for her breakout role. But definitely proud, definitely happy that she could pull that off successfully despite being a country girl, right? So anyways, thank you, Dark, for your entry for Best Newcomer VA. And I guess I'll round it up with Ura Kazuki, who received my award for Best Newcomer VA, and he did the main role, Isagi Yoichi in Blue Lock. He did one of the main characters, Makabe Subaru in Shadowverse Flame, and he did the main character in Doi Shota in Shumatsu no Harem, as well as one other supporting role. He did like a very small like name supporting role in 2021, Not Taxi, but I think that's sort of still enough for me to be like, oh, he's like a general like newcomer, a voice actor. And he definitely, I think, got a lot of solid main roles this year, major main character roles this year that I think he's deserving of. Honorable mentions to obviously Kikunosuke Toya, Denji Chainsaw Man. Again, I think if Unite Up was this year, he would have been winning this award like hands down, not even a question. Inagaki Konomi, Yuya Serufu, and obviously supporting roles in Witch of Mercury, Black Summer Soul Loop. Mizuno Saku, who did Yamada Ryo and Bochi the Rock, and Ryu Jusetsu, Koku no Karasu, nearest pick. She did do a main role in what is Selection Project in Hana no Rena last year. So unfortunately, I personally, by my metrics, I didn't pick her, but if I think she didn't do that role and she just boom popped in with these two roles, I think honestly she would have won my award hands down. And also in the sort of same vein, Murakami Manatsu, who did one of the main roles in Q, Kujo Yuzuha, and Akebi Komichi of the titular Akebi-chan no Sailor Fuku, and some other supporting roles. So she was a very solid contender as well, but I think she got just a little bit edged out by Urakazuki. So yeah, that was our best newcomer VA, and we are rounding up to finally our audiovisual segment, starting off with best OPED. This is where things get a little bit spicier. Toast, what do you have for us?
Bro, do you know how hard this was?
This
There
is
Oh
was
really
yeah,
hard.
I always
This
struggle.
was really hard
This year,
Yeah, this year
this year was really strong.
The funny thing is too, right? Because like there are huge shadows this year, right? Like we have boom, Butcher the Rock landing, boom, Chainsaw Man landing, boom, Spy Family landing. We have a bunch of like a bunch of like big sequels and stuff like that too, right? And yet this is one of the hardest years. Like
Yep.
that was very But anyways, Toast, what do you have for us?
Let me just list off the ones that made my list this year, all right? First off, that Peanuts opening, Spy Family, all right? Witch of Mercury opening by Yo Asobi, that's pretty good too. Your boy Kong Ming, Chicky Chicky Bang Bang,
Yep.
that's really good.
Uh-huh.
I put down Skeleton Eye opening to shout out my boy Apellic, because he killed it. I also put in Data Live over, even though it sucks. Do you know why it sucks? 'Cause it's not by Sweet Arms, and it's the first opening since seasons 1 to 3 that doesn't have the words Data Live in it. So they kind of dropped the ball. And then, like, to round up the big ones, freaking Chainsaw Man's opening and endings are crazy. If you want to count, like, oh, we're gonna put in a different opening or a different ending for every episode. That's crazy. And to round it all off, like as my final pick, and then look, what else was there? A freaking Urusei Yatsura opening ending? Dang.
Usayatsu opening was very
And
good.
then then I put my final one is one was Ado's songs in One Piece Film Red. Now Spire, you'd say, oh, that doesn't count as an opening ending. Well, here's your loophole. They use New Genesis as as the opening for One Piece episode 1028. So there you go.
I'm okay with using anime movie openings and endings and stuff like that, as long as it's not like an actual like insert song or like inside thing, and if it's an actual like opening ending, that's fine. I think for an
They
anime.
use it for that one. Do you want to pick They did have the one for the credits in One Piece Film Red. Which one was it? I don't know. It was an auto song. It counts.
But out of all these, which one did you give your number one?
See, that's the thing. Like they're all really good, but I boiled it down to two songs specifically. I
Okay.
boiled it down to "Deep Down" by Eimer from Chainsaw Man, because
Good stuff.
it's freaking Eimer. I can't not put it on here. And Otto for New Genesis. So
All right.
it's like between two powerhouses, I kind of have to pick. It was a really hard decision, but I had to pick New Genesis just for the sheer amount of attention it brought to Otto and to the movie itself.
Mhm.
I mean, there's no. I'm not going to. I have no. There's no. I mean, I just had to. Really, realistically, it was the better choice.
Right.
But everything else I mentioned is super good, especially Deep Down by Eimer. Chainsaw Man episode 9 ending, pretty good.
Yeah.
Check it out. But yeah,
Absolutely. Yep.
it was
Pretty
crazy.
good. Pretty good. Pretty good. All right. What about you, Nier? I know it was just as hard for you as obviously it was for Toast. So what do you
Yeah,
have for us?
so this is a pretty important category for me, right? I like OPs a lot. I think they're probably one of the I guess most like freedom that a lot of creative teams have with a series.
And also it's the opening is literally the same thing as like the cover of a book or these days like the cover of a light novel.
It's
It
made
is the hook.
Yeah, it's made to hook people in, set the pace, set the tone.
Yeah.
You know, wow someone, right?
Right.
And like Toast was saying, there was a lot of really, really good OPs this year. I'll just list my runner-ups first. Obviously, you know, I don't count season 2, season 3s too often, but Mob Psycho season 3 opening, I mean,
Mhm.
it's really good, right? Urusei Yatsura was absolutely incredible. I think
Very good.
it's definitely one of my favorites. Yofukashi no Uta, absolutely incredible opening. Heike Monogatari, very, very good opening. But obviously the winner, I feel by a pretty wide margin, at least in my eyes, was Chainsaw Man.
Which one
Like
though?
just the OP. Like
All right.
Okay.
so I
That
don't
is
so
Kickback by
personally
Yunozu Kenshi.
yeah, personally I don't typically give this award to EDs outside of some like extraordinary circumstances. I think the last time I gave this award to an ED was Girls Last Tour or something like that. But yeah, so Chainsaw Man's OP, I think is probably one of the most creative and unique OPs we've seen in a very long time.
Yes. Yes.
It really encapsulates.
What do you
Uh,
mean, bro? It's just tracing.
yeah, it's just fucking references, dude.
I love references.
But yeah, so if you don't know, Chainsaw Man's OP is basically like a shitload of film references on top of, just homages to general stuff within the series itself.
Yes.
And it not only really captures the really like weird, wacky, quirky spirit of the series, but it also pays homage to the love of film that the series author and creator has, and which obviously heavily influences and inspires the series itself. And it's really good. It's an absolute
Yes.
banger of a song that they chose. The visuals are really, really good. A lot of it is, a collaborative effort between a lot of very prominent animators. It's just it, you know, it's one of those things where it's like you don't get something like that very often.
Yes.
And to be
Even
honest,
between years.
yeah, to be honest, a lot of these OPs that I've listed, you don't get stuff like this very often.
Yes.
This year was really remarkable for a lot of reasons, but OPs are definitely one of the more abundant cases of like just really, really, really good stuff this year. But yeah, for me it's Chainsaw Man, by a pretty wide margin.
Yeah. Pretty good. Pretty good. Dark. What about you?
Near, what was your favorite ED, by the way, from Chainsaw Man?
Which one is the power one? That was 3 or 4.
Oh
But yeah,
yeah, I
Which
forget what it
episode?
was called, but that was from 2A, right? No, I think it was 4. It was ED 4.
All right,
yeah.
that's fair.
All right.
Oh
Dark.
yeah,
What about
okay.
you?
So for me, this was really, I mean, it wasn't really tough, right? Like we all know why it wasn't really tough. But it wasn't tough like you were saying. It wasn't tough not for there not being fucking insane OPs and EDs this year. Now, it was a good thing we squeezed in the fucking second one from Ranking of Kings, last year's reward,
really.
because that would have been
If Ranking of Kings had
real-
fought with Chainsaw Man, I would have just run out of the room. I would have not even been here.
Like,
We
so
would have been fucked.
that would have been fucking unreal.
That would have
But
been bad.
we avoided that, and thank
Yeah.
God. But I feel like honorable mentions to Bocchi the Rocks, OP, and EDs. Very fun. Kita fucking flips you off in the third one, so that's pretty funny.
But
That was a
Doc,
real
isn't Pochi
unintended
the Rock also
circumstance.
just references?
Bro, it's
Yeah.
just shitty references, bro. You
So
can't even see the fingers on the fretboard properly. It's terrible, bro.
yeah. So like Bochi the Rocks was really good. Do It Yourself's OP was like kind of standard, but its song is fun. But mostly its ED is really really cozy, really
Mhm.
nice, and has a really cool style. So that was a really fun one. Trying to think, Witch from Mercury, pretty good stuff, obviously. And to not go on too long, the real award goes to Chainsaw Man. Because again, its OP
Which one?
is
Oh, just the
fucking
OP? Okay.
insane. Well, I mean, not
OP
just the
is
OP,
very
but
good.
the EDs are all super.
They're all
fucking
really,
good.
really good.
Like
good.
they're insane. The one from Maximum the Hormone was extremely good. In the Back Room, I think might be my favorite, but that's kind of also at a coin toss with First Death. Because First Death was also just super fucking good. And First Death was the 5, 6, 7, 8, the 8th one. It was actually the one right before Deep Down, which was another really good one.
Yeah. All right. Pretty good. Pretty good. I guess I'll round it off then.
If it's not Chainsaw Man's fire.
You're gonna be fucking torn limb
Yeah,
from limb, dude.
All right. So the funny thing was, the way I described my feelings to Nier, like again, I mentioned at the beginning of this podcast when we were starting this episode that Nier and I had different perspectives on how to like kind of rank anime, or rate anime or evaluate stuff. Although obviously we both agree that just being contrarian or just blindly following stuff are both bad, right? And obviously, I kind of like tried to avoid just kind of having Chainsaw Man all the time, within reason, right? If Chainsaw Man is clearly number one, then it just deserves a number one. And if Chainsaw Man gets number one for multiple things, then it gets multiple number ones. It's just you have to be more objective in that sense, right?
Are you stalling?
I'm not. And what I described it to Nier was like, it feels like for a lot of these entries, like Chainsaw Man is just like grabbing me by the fingertip collar and just
Yeah.
like about to beat me up and take my lunch money. Like it was just like, you're really not gonna pick me? You're really
Yeah.
not gonna pick me, you bitch. Like it was this close to like just beating me up, and I'm like, oh, don't hit me. So I obviously liked a lot of stuff. As everybody else here said, Urusi Yatsura OP was very good. I really liked Mixed Nuts, Higedan, Spy Family OP1,
Yep.
and I think visually that
Yeah.
was extremely good as well. That was like totally up my alley.
To squeeze this in there, because gonna feel really bad to not give it an honorable
Yeah.
mention either.
Yeah.
The fucking Bisque Doll, OP and ED are
Yes,
also
sir.
very killer.
Yes. And I think there are also some other hidden gems that some of the other people in the podcast might not have seen as much, just because some of the other series were a little bit of kind of lesser known, I guess I would say. But there was also I didn't necessarily like the visuals as much, or like the visuals weren't as impressive, but I really like the audio of the opening for Kakko no Inazuke, a couple of cuckoos, Dekoboko, as well as Millie did like Parfait or something like that, perfect Parfait or whatever that was called.
Right.
Millie did an opening for Shoki Shoujo no Bajin Rodo, or an Executioner in a Way of Life, right? That was pretty good. But I think the best, at least audio wise, I would have to give, and as well as I think visually, it's definitely at least top two, if not top one. It is Kickback by Yonezu Kenshi, Chainsaw Man.
Yeah, you live another day, dude.
I'm like literally about to hang my head down. It's hard. It's like I can't. It has everything.
I mean, what are you gonna do? What are you gonna do? Not pick it? Like,
yeah, exactly. Are you gonna get punched in the face or not? It's kind of like that's literally. But yeah, I mean, it has everything. It has it's not like it's just like like shitting out 120 BPM 4/4. It's like complex musically, right? It's sung very well. Yonezu Kenshi obviously doing a fantastic job. The visuals are good. Even the music video for it was pretty fucking good.
Yeah.
Um,
Oh, the music video is
no.
fucking insane. Like,
Yeah,
it's
and it's just it
super
was so
fun.
good. It was so good. Honorable mention goes to Hollow Hunger by OT. I think that's like the collaboration that they do for Overlord. Oishi Masayoshi and like the other like band person. That was the opening for Overlord season 4. So honorable mention to that. I just really like that sort of the instrumentals that they use specifically for that. As well as sort of the general theme that integrated pretty well into what was happening in the anime itself. But again, it's Chainsaw Man. It's Yonezu Kenshi. I can't
Which
do
one
it.
though? Which one?
Kickback, Yonezu Kenshi, Chainsaw Man opening, sir.
Why? No, what's your favorite ending?
It's like the one by TK. It's the what was it called, First Death or whatever it was. That one. I like that one. But yeah, so that is ED and OP, best OPED, and now we go to best overall soundtrack. This is a little bit, I guess, lighter almost than the last one. So, Toast, do you want to start us off?
Hey, guess who also had the same ones? I had to basically pick between hey, guess what? Chainsaw Man again, and a One Piece Film Red
Uh-huh.
for the exact same reasons. So if I couldn't, so yeah, I picked One Piece Film Red again because you can't stop the auto train. It's pretty good. Chainsaw Man's pretty good, but come on, man. I saw One Piece Film Red in IMAX with the booming sound everywhere. It was basically a really good auto concert, regardless of everything else. So that's the one I picked. Honorable mention is Chainsaw Man, though,
All
because
right.
yeah.
Pretty
Oh,
good.
and
Pretty good.
also yeah, boy Kong Ming.
Ah, yes.
I like
yes,
those
Yeah.
songs.
Yeah.
Yes.
Pretty
Yes,
cool.
sir. Yes, sir.
So yeah, auto
Okay.
wins twice again in my book. Okay.
Yep. No shame in that. And next, Nier, what about you?
So, best overall soundtrack. So typically, I don't obviously I don't really include stuff like insert songs or OPEDs, stuff like that in a soundtrack.
I don't include OPED, but I do include insert songs. Although that obviously I end up prefacing it a lot of the years with like that
So
heavily biases it
Well,
towards
what do
like
you
idol
consider an
series,
insert
so I'll
song? Like,
usually
you...
I'll usually include an
like idol
insert
song
song
stuff, for
if
instance.
it's like a music series or something
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
like your boy Kang Ming, right?
Yeah. Or like
Where
an
the
idol series.
characters are singing a song.
Yeah, yeah.
But if it's something like say Yofukashi no Uta, right, where it just like randomly will put a Creepy Net song into the middle of an episode, I'm
Yeah.
personally not including that into the
okay.
OST. You know what I mean?
Okay.
Um,
I can get that.
but yeah, so and surprisingly, I didn't give this Chainsaw Man. However,
Yes.
I did give this to another series that was done by Ushio Kensuke, Heike Monogatari.
Okay.
The
Pretty solid.
so the I guess synergy between the like very classic old school Japanese music with the much more modern almost like D&B breakcore type of stuff that Kensuke Ushio does, I think is really, really good in Heike Monogatari. The soundtrack obviously hits very emotionally when it needs to. It's very chill when it needs to be. It's very, energetic and preppy when it needs to be. It's just overall very, very, just very, very good. and there's quite a few tracks in that OST that I kind of just listen to on their own, just because
Yes.
they're good. But yeah, overall, I'd say best OST is Heik Monogatari. Honorable mentions, I'd probably give to, again, Chainsaw Man, and Yofukashi no Uta is also very good. Very much a vibe, as the kids say.
Pretty good. Pretty good. Dark. Best overall
Okay,
soundtrack, please.
so I had a few honorable mentions for this, just because I don't usually preface this with much. I do pretty much have the same, a similar standard as Nier, I guess, where I won't give it to something that's just like one of my honorable mentions is definitely Spy Family, just because I think its actual soundtrack is really good. But what I'm not counting in there is the fucking no name insert song, even though it was very well done and very well placed in the first part. Not gonna give that credit towards an OST. And I guess other honorable mentions, Bisque Dolls was really nice. I think DIYs is very, very good for what it's doing.
Mhm.
But my best overall is Bocchi the Rock. I'm counting all of the band songs. I'm counting the other band songs as well from the show.
Oh,
Yeah,
you like Bocchi the Rock, huh? Name all the bands.
pretty sure
name
the
every
only
song.
two bands is Kesoku Band and Sick Hack. As the only
Name
ones.
every single reference.
Name
that
every
you
every
have
note.
Never
reference. Yeah,
found.
that's
exactly.
not happening because I
Yeah.
understood maybe two. So
Yeah, most
not a
of them are
huge
related to Japanese rock kind of stuff.
yeah, I'm
So,
not.
yeah.
I don't exactly have my finger on the pulse of the culture of J Rock. I just fucking listen to it. So
Yeah. All right, pretty good. And I'll be wrapping up here. And my award for best overall soundtrack might be a little bit, people will be like, "What?" But it'll go to it is a two-way tie between Eminence in Shadow and Shokei Shoujo no Virgin Road or The Executioner and the Way of Life. So I think this year was very a lot of these sorts I want to say mid scale series, right? Especially had a lot of composers stuff like that who are focused on kind of specific instruments to fit their core, right? For instance, with Eminence and Shadow, there was a very cool sort of piano core, like classical sounding. I'm not gonna be classical music or whatever, but it's using a lot of these pulling in Beethoven sonata, but obviously also kind of using the piano itself as a sort of core instrument and enhancing that with other soundtracks or synth or whatever mastering or editing stuff like that. And I think Eminence and Shadow, just whoever kind of wrote a lot of that sort of the music for that did a very wonderful job in kind of creating the scripts or creating the BGMs. Some of the stuff I even use I kind of listen to on and off. There's this one BGM where it always comes on when Shadow and the rest of the cast kind of enter, right? And it's just really cool, and I really like that. Whoever was the composer for Shokei Shoujo no Virgin Road has an extreme hard on for certain very interesting instrumentals. So one of the the composer, whoever it is, has a very hard on for classical guitar, for example, right? And horns and these sorts of Western movie westerns, instrumental kind of things. Pretty much everything except for the ocarina itself. So you'll have these horns and classical / Spanish guitar in the background. You'll have some kicks and stuff like that. And it's just very interesting the way that composer kind of pushed for that instead. And I really like that. And they did it very well. And they managed to fit it in, despite it being world a very strange high fantasy world. They managed to fit that in pretty well. So those two win my awards. obviously a lot of honorable mentions goes to Spy Family. Did a lot of good like actual like spy themed like usual like spy movie kind of themed stuff, references there. Bocchi the Rock, indie rock stuff. Fanfare of Adolescence or Gunjo no Fanfare had an OST that was actually by Sawano Hiroyuki, by the way. So that came in hot.
Never heard of him.
Yeah. Unknown. Yeah, Boy Kongming, obviously. Licorice Recall had a pretty good one. Yofukashi no Uta, Call of the Night, can't forget about that. So yeah, a lot of good soundtracks this year as well. So that was our.
Did you know One Piece Film Red? It was all auto insert songs. So
I mean, they got her on. They better use her.
But yeah, when
they got her
when
in the sound booth.
so
They better.
when I say I don't count insert songs, like One Piece Film Red is a very special case where like Otto's album was essentially created for like that movie.
Yeah. That's
so
what
like
yeah. But yeah. Anyways, that was our audio section, and now heading into our best overall visuals. Toast. What do you have
Pochi
for us?
Sweep.
Pochi
Pochi Sweep.
Pochi hashtag Pochi sweep.
It's probably Chainsaw Man.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Not much needed to say about that, I guess.
Yeah, it's Chainsaw Man. It's pretty cool. You
Pretty
want to know?
good.
You want to know what my runner-up was?
Go for it.
Probably guess.
One Piece.
Pochi sweep.
Hell yeah.
Pochi
Because it was a freaking movie.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The
And it's
production
also One
value is
Piece.
super high.
More than it being a movie, it's also, One Piece. It has more money than fucking like a couple of nations' GDPs put together. So
I mean, I will say though, compared to the last one, Stampede looked better, but it's pretty good. Visuals are pretty good.
all right.
So like,
Pretty good.
did I have any runner-ups? Spy Family's also pretty good looking.
Mm-hmm.
I think that was it. But yeah, I mean, it would be disingenuous of me to not give it to Chainsaw Man this season.
Yeah. Again, it's Chainsaw Man is casting such a huge shadow, and it's again, I've been through a lot of years where I've had to review like entire anime years, like like years and years of this shit, right? And I cannot. It is very hard for me to remember a single year where one series has cast this much of a shadow over the entire year, and obviously there are years where a couple of series are standout like series, right? Obviously, like something like Golden Kamuy, right? Back when it was like winning all these awards.
For me, there have been years where a certain series, like personally, just like sweeps me up off my feet to the point where it's like.
And I think there would be general praise for it too, right?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah. Like Dead Man Wonderland
like,
had its phase.
Yeah,
instance,
I feel like Chainsaw Man is like. It's like.
It's a wave you can't fight.
It really goes beyond like just like a personal adoration for this series. Like it's just like it is sort of like this. It is sort of an objective. Like you have to acknowledge it, right? It's.
So it's like in like psychology and stuff like that, and like when people are like talking about like cultural phenomena, it's like people talk about when everybody's like in mass in a church or like doing like playing together as an orchestra, they have that like moment of synchronicity, right? And you have this like sort of feel like that goosebumps, right? The hair is like going up. It's like almost like that for Chainsaw Man, where everybody's kind of like in sync right now for some reason or the other. But yeah.
And also my other runner-ups were oh man, I just forgot. One of my runner-ups was Bisque Doll. They drew Marine real good. I saw them gifs. Pretty good.
those the anime clip people.
What? I mean, I just forgot what my other one was. Whatever.
All right.
Yeah. Now I remember. Sorry, it's Witch of Mercury. Witch of Mercury is really good looking, and the sound design is fantastic. I'll even go as venture to say that it looks way better than Iron Blooded Orphans ever will be. They definitely picked up some pointers from when they were working on Hathaway's Flash
Mm-hmm.
and for the CGI and stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're working hard over there. Yeah,
Pretty good.
that's it.
All right.
Because those
What-
beam sounds are are the best they've been in years.
All right. What about you, Nier?
Yeah.
Do
So
it, man, do it.
so best
You're
overall
gonna give it to
visuals.
Sorty Sakai.
Of course, of course. So best overall visuals is probably the second most important category to me. And I'm gonna be honest. This one kind of like it kind of hurts almost. Like it's kind of like a bit painful to just be like, yeah, like there's just one series that's just like it's almost like an obvious choice. What I do want to say is, I just want to briefly mention that, in my opinion, this is a little bit outside of best overall visuals, but I just want to mention it because, I don't know if I'll bring it up later or not, but Butchie the Rock, the way it utilized animation is
Mhm.
pretty much like a class of its own for this year, I think. There's
The
really
way it approached the animation medium.
yeah, the way it approached like the concept of animation within the anime industry has
Mhm.
really not been seen before in my experience anyway. And the way they, adapted a lot of the gags into, the visual medium of animation was very just ingenious.
It's
Um,
almost like you know how it's like Lucky Star incorporated like, sort of its contemporary jokes and like internet memes into the thing. It's like Butchie the Rock almost like took those memes and like put them into like an animation format. You know what I mean?
yeah,
It's
yeah.
like
It really, I think, elevated the
yeah.
medium in a very unique way. Um, but yeah, I mean, I feel like this is really just the most obvious choice you could possibly have. Barring competition with something like, say, Mob Psycho Season 3, which again, I'll say I don't really count Season 2, Season 3, so I don't really I feel like it would be a bit unfair to count like sequel series within the awards because otherwise I feel like Mob Psycho would just win pretty much every year it comes out. But yeah, I mean Chainsaw Man is just like it's in a league of its own in terms of animation quality, right? The talent that they brought in, whether it be within Japan or overseas or what have you, it's just absurd. Uh,
Yeah.
like the level of quality, the level of um, just the level of animation is like it's one of those shows that's just you see the money, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
It's just yeah, like there's
More
really not
money
much
than
more you
fucking
could
Bill
yeah.
Gates himself, baby.
There's not much
All
more you
right.
can say. I mean, it looks phenomenal.
Yeah.
Honorable mentions, Yofukashi no Uta, I think looked really nice. Heike Monogatari, I think has one of the nicest art styles of the year. It's very consistent as well. Looks good. Um, I also think Summertime Render had some very nice looking stuff as well. As much as I don't like that show. Um, but yeah, Chainsaw Man by a mile, really.
All right. Pretty good. Dark.
All right, so this one was still really tough just because again we had a lot of heavy hitters this year. I usually do count. I count sequels if they do something like really really crazy.
Uh-huh.
So I suppose Mob Psycho has kind of always been kind of nutty, and that's
Yeah.
the big
A pretty
hitter
standard
for
filler.
sequel
Yeah,
stuff.
yeah.
But for me, so what I was saying was like Bochi's mixed media stuff, especially. I'm not counting like super heavily in certain ways, not to detract from it, but mostly the case of I more put like the mixed media and some of the choices while it was visually like while they were all visually really nice, I do put a lot more weight on directing more so than I put on um sort of just like the general visuals themselves in that regard. So that was why ultimately I gave that more so an honorable mention. Bisque Doll was really masterful, really good. A lot of really, really great stuff there. And I think, what was it? There was also, oh yeah, DIY. I think while not exactly masterful in certain like aspects, like certain like quality of the visuals at certain points, I do think its style was really good. Though I would again say that that was also really enhanced by directing there. And then ultimately that left me with Chainsaw Man, just because it's like it is masterful. Everything about it is incredible. Its CG is really really good. Its blending is great, and just everything about it is awesome. Its backgrounds are really great. So yeah, like I can't. There was really nothing while I was watching Chainsaw Man where I was like, you know, unhappy with or just even noticed anything remotely lacking.
Bro, but then they use like CG and shit. Like,
Yeah,
what
I
the
know,
fuck,
it's
bro?
crazy. It's
Using
crazy. I think it was
CG
like
is
in the
illegal in at
final
least
episode, like
500
I was like
countries.
starting to like go back and forth. Like the first episode had some like little like, it wasn't like some of the CG. I think it was mostly just like the lighting of the environment and everything. I was just kind of like, that could look better, like for sure. But I believe it was, yeah, the final, like, well, I mean, after that, it was insane, but especially like the final episode of this part was like just absolutely nuts with how good it looked. So, no, fuck those people then. If
Yeah.
they're dumb enough to think that that was like, bad.
Yeah. All right, pretty good. And for my pick, yeah, it's fucking Chainsaw Man. It's fucking Chainsaw Man, guys. God damn it. It's fucking Chainsaw Man. Ah, it's Chainsaw Man. Uh, I don't know. Like, I mean, how much more elaboration do we need to? It's fucking good, guys. Mappa got a bunch of money, and then they did stuff. You know what I mean? Like, what are we even supposed to say about this? That it hasn't been said before. Obviously, again, there are these sorts of how do I say this? Criticisms, quote unquote, online about the use of CG, the use of reference, blah blah. But obviously, they're not. I don't think they're very serious. But yeah, I mean, they're they're very good. It's kind of surprising to me that I mean, obviously, the director before had experience with some other stuff. Obviously, had some work with stuff like Barakamon. I think he had his he actually did a little bit of stint over at Gainax, right? Because he did stuff for like Monaka Box and so on as well recently. So he's had quite an interesting like set, but definitely did a very extremely good job in Chainsaw Man as well. So definitely interesting. But yeah, nothing more to say other than that. It's Chainsaw Man. What do you want? Honorable mention goes to Butchie the Rock for similar reasons as to what Nier said. So yeah. And here now, after going over our audio visuals, we're gonna head over to some of our the spicy meter is getting ramped up a little bit. This is one of my favorite awards out of all of these in the lineup, and it's best studio. Actually, this necessarily isn't my favorite one. My favorite one is the
Yeah,
one
this
after
one's not
this.
spicy, dude. This isn't that spicy.
Yeah. All right, so Toast, what do you have for us? Toast.
Gone.
Toast is dead.
Oh, there we go. Okay. Do you want me to give a real answer, or do you want me to give a more concise answer?
Give
What
a
does
real
that mean?
answer.
You want the real answer?
Yeah, sure.
Mappa.
Okay.
I mean, that's
You-
pretty concise.
Yeah.
You want a more
I forget-
concise answer,
Mappa did
though?
like one other series this year other than Chainsaw Man, right? If I remember correctly.
Mappa, they did
They did one other
they
series.
did Dance Dance Sincere,
Yeah,
I
yeah,
believe, and I think they
And
did
Attack on Titan final
something.
season part 2, which is not.
Right.
Yeah. But
You want my
yeah,
other
okay.
answer?
What's your other answer?
My other answer is Toei Animation.
Oh yeah. Because of
For
the One Piece and the Dragon Ball and stuff, and like
yeah,
all the
for
movies.
One Piece Film Red
exactly.
looked pretty good, and Dragon Ball Superhero, despite it being all in a CG, it's really good CG. I'm pretty sure I mentioned this when I did my own review of it a while back, but they I'm I saw Orange Studio in the credits, so they commissioned Orange for that. So
Yeah.
Orange is popping up there. They look really good. Akira Toriyama style did well. I guess yeah, it is his style. Translated very well to pure CG in this movie, and it was definitely a way better step up than Broly. And other than some parts, that one thing with Gohan that looked weird, his hair is way too long. But yeah, it probably the best CG this year by far for like a full CG thing. So I have to give it Toei for that. But other than that, it's probably Mappa. Just saying.
Okay. Dark. Or sorry, Nier. What about you?
I mean, I was gonna give it to Mappa, but I really feel like Cloverworks deserves it.
Sir.
Just again, Butcher the
Don't
Rock.
be swayed by what Cecilia and I are typing on the chat. By the way, we're just having a conversation.
No.
Yeah.
It's just yeah. Butcher the Rock. Again, as I've said, it really just elevates the like animation within the anime industry. I think Butcher the Rock is something that we really haven't seen before. And
But Nier, what about K-On?
I mean, K-On in terms of visual comedy.
Yeah, Keon's appeal is quite different, I think.
Yeah, like taking the source material and really transforming it into something truly unique and truly like stands legitimately on its own as
Yeah.
a piece of art.
Yes.
You know, I'm like I'm not as big of a fan of K-On as say Spire is, I would say, but like K-On's
Keon is
very
a point in
important,
history.
right? Like
Keon is a
K-On's
point
very
in
important.
history. Butcher the Rock is like a polished work.
Yeah, for sure. But but yeah, Butcher the Rock, for reasons stated, they did Spy Family as well, right?
Yeah.
Obviously that's in conjunction with studio as well, but
Yeah, but I mean, yeah.
yeah,
So,
they're doing work this year. But yeah, I was thinking of giving it to Mappa just because, as we've been talking about on the podcast for a while now, Mappa's just on a warpath recently, right?
that's not what that other guy says.
Yeah, for sure. But ever since Mappa really, I guess, like picked up the torch of Attack on Titan, right?
Uh-huh.
They really just kind of skyrocket, right? And I don't know how much the Mappa animators really like working on Attack on Titan, but I mean they put in work.
Yes.
But yeah, Cloverworks for sure. I think deserves it.
Pretty good. All right. You know what? Honestly, I'm like disappointed that Hiro and Tadamono wasn't given to Cloverworks because like the Honeyworks Cloverworks thing. God damn,
Yeah.
we were so close to having the name right. But Dark, what about you? Best studio, please.
Um. So yeah, I mean, at first I was thinking like, oh yeah, obviously like Mappa, you know, um, and then I was just going through and I was like, oh yeah, wait, who did fucking Dress Up Darling again? Who did that? And I was like,
Yeah,
oh
yeah,
wait,
exactly.
that was Cloverworks too. And then I clicked on Cloverworks and I was like, oh yeah,
Okay.
shit, no, yeah,
Yeah.
who the fuck? Why would I give it to anyone else? Like,
Yeah, and also for the viewers out there, if you kind of want to follow along with us, if you go to our pinned message, I guess in chat, or if you go on to for the people who are listening in the recording, if you go to Wikipedia's page for 2022 in anime, that is again 2022 in anime. If you just Google that along with Wikipedia, you'll get to scroll down to a table called television series, and there will be a table where you can literally organize by like studio and like directors and stuff like that. So very useful for watching along and obviously visualizing what's going on. But yeah, Cloverworks did a lot of stuff this year. If you just yeah, so yeah, I mean, Dress Up Darling was like just one of their stuff as well, and then obviously they rolled right into like stuff like Butcher the Rock and so on. So very big. They did a lot of stuff this year. Sure.
But which one looked better, Bochi the Rock or Disc Doll?
I think Bisque Doll, just from a general standpoint, probably like visually had more like mastery to it in what they were doing. And just like consistency, but I mean, kind of hard to.
Don't you like Blender?
Yeah, I mean, again, though, I will say like some of the stuff like that I would attribute more to directing more so than I would like
That's fair.
visuals, you know.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And I do think that Bistal had great directing too, so it's kind of a really hard toss up.
Yeah. All right. Pretty good. Um, and I guess for me, my best studio goes to drumroll, and it's obviously Cloverworks. I mean, I was going through the list. I went through the table, and it's hard. I think there were a lot of pretty good studios. A lot of the studios doing pretty good work this year. Obviously, honorable mentions to Mappa, who did Dance Dance Dancera and Chainsaw Man. Can't forget about that, as well as Shaft. They did Luminous Switches and Ruby Ice Queendom, both of which turned out very solid.
Oh yeah, I forgot
And
that was this year.
Ladus, who did Gunjo no Fanfare, which was pretty good, and Hiro and Tarumono, pretty solid as well. But Cloverworks, I mean, starting out with Akibi-chan, going to My Dress Up Darling, doing Bocchi the Rock, doing Spy Family along with Wit Studio, they had a lot of good hits this year, and it's not just hits because source material was good, guys, or whatever. No, they put in the work. It was like the anime. Each of these anime series stood up on their own merit. I think, especially My Dress Up Darling, right? We were all relatively afraid, especially myself. I was relatively afraid, like, oh, it's gonna be some like straightforward, like flat adaptation, and it's like not gonna be like the artwork's like not gonna be as good as um the manga original, right? Which is sometimes what happens, right? For instance, the like there's some, I don't want to say like, but watering down just because of how the anime has to be produced compared to say like the manga or like the light novel illustrations, right? And one example of that is something like Shokugeki no Soma, right? Shokugeki no Soma has like good designs, anime designs, but clearly it's not anywhere near comparable to the manga itself, right? So stuff like that can happen, but I think Beastall, My Dress Up Darling was very solid as is. And obviously, again, all the other hits that Cloverworks had, it's very hard to contest. I think Cloverworks definitely deserves the Best Studio award from me. Yeah. Next on the list here is the spicy one I was mentioning, and this one is Worst Studio. So, Worst Studio, starting with Toast. What do you have for us?
Did UFO Table do anything this year? I don't remember.
They did
They probably did like some
Kimetsu no
fake stuff,
Yaiba.
right? Kimetsu no Yaiba.
Yeah,
That doesn't
Kimetsu no
count.
Yaiba season 2.
That doesn't
What
count.
do you mean?
Yeah.
That doesn't count.
That was this year.
Well, it doesn't hold as much value, but it's like
They did the
I don't know.
movie already. Season 2 is just the movie.
No, it wasn't.
Which
Season 2 was a full season.
Yeah, you have to realize last year is when they did the movie cut up
The
into
movie
pieces.
cut up as yeah.
But it's a
Right, right.
sequel, so it doesn't count.
Technically.
So
I mean, it counts towards best and worst studio for sure.
my this is worst studio, right?
Yes.
My runner for worst studio was David Production.
David Production.
Because of the way they handled JoJo Part 6.
Yeah, that was not.
Bad,
that
dude.
was Netflix for sure. To be
Okay.
fair.
They also did Urusei Yatsura, so I mean it's a little bit hard to. I mean, unless you're dumping on Urusei Yatsura, which is your
How
like,
dare
I'm
they
perfectly
do
fine
that
with
to
that.
my girl Jolene? She deserved better than 2 chopped up seasons.
Yeah.
But yeah. My worst studio goes to Atelier Pont Dark.
Okay.
For basically the same reason as what they did to
Isekai
JoJo Part
Oji-san,
6.
right?
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
I mean, some of the stuff that happened to them is beyond their control, maybe, but it still happened. So,
Okay.
I mean, it's unfortunate, but I don't know who else to give it to this year.
Okay. Yeah, a lot of studios did solid work this year, so it's a little bit hard to give the award worst studio to like really dump on somebody. But yeah. Okay, what about
Just
you,
an
Nier?
unfortunate set of circumstances, really.
Yeah.
I
I
mean,
think a lot of like truncation.
Isekai
It was like a bunch
Oji-san
of like
looks
truncation
really
stuff like that.
good,
Yeah,
but yeah.
unfortunate is all. Nier, what about you?
So correct me if I'm wrong, but I think I gave this studio worst studio last year as well.
Shaft?
Did I?
Didn't
Did
you
I
give
do
it to
that?
Shaft last year?
I don't think so. No,
No.
because Chef did Pretty Boy Detective Club last year, right?
Oh, I thought
Last
they just
year-
like I thought
last
like
year for
last
me-
year or the year before they did like Assault Lily and then they just fucked off. After
Yeah,
that.
yeah. Like
Yeah.
I think the year they did that, I gave it Chef worst, but I'm pretty
Yeah.
sure. Anyway,
Yeah.
my worst studio is JC Staff.
What did they even
not
do
a
this
not
year?
a
I don't
bad pick,
remember.
to be honest.
Yeah,
Yeah,
so
exactly. That's why you don't remember.
so JC Staff did
God, so many isekais, bro. What the fuck? God damn it.
So they've been doing a lot of isekai lately, which is kind of sad to see from JC
They're turning into
Staff.
White Fox. They're turning
Yeah,
full White Fox. Yeah.
But they also did sorry, what is this called? Barao no Soretsu, or Requiem of the Rose King,
yes,
which,
yes.
if you remember, I covered.
Yes.
And it was not good. And
Mhm.
you know, when I covered this, I had gone in with the expectation of it really, like, just not. I had no expectations, right?
Yeah.
And upon watching this show, I was like, wow, this is bad. This is not good, huh? And then
The worst part is it got a significant amount of money because it's also 24. It was a 24 episode season too. It wasn't just
Yeah,
like 11
yeah.
episodes and then fuck off. It was like it got money.
And then I looked further into it, and from what I could tell, and as far as I can gather, it's just they just horribly fucked up the adaptation. They cut out an insane amount of shit. They truncated some really important stuff. Obviously, like I said when I covered this, the show is animated horribly. It's got this really not very pretty style. It's told in just an awful way. And probably just one of the worst adaptations I've seen in a while. And yeah, like that on top of the fact that, JC Staff is kind of just resign themselves to just doing a shitload of isekai is just really kind of pathetic. Like it's
And it's like a lot of the stuff, like the way that they kind of churn out stuff and the way they set their models and like the sort of staff that they have, right? The niche that they have in the industry right now, right, is a little bit again more like what A1 Pictures is doing. It's a little bit more like, I guess, what like a lot of something like not even a Silverlink or Satellite, but maybe something like a Light and Films or something like that, right? Where they're just kind of pushing out a lot more stuff, and they're kind of hoping that something lands, right? But a lot of misses this year. A lot
Yeah.
of misses this year.
yeah. But yeah, just unfortunate to see.
All right. But again, I want to say in chat, disclaimer: this podcast does come built in with an anti-JC staff bias, mainly myself.
Yeah.
I've been hating on JC staff, at least calling it mediocre for like the better part of a decade now. So it is what it is. All right, Dark. What about you? Worst studio, please.
So I was thinking JC staff, right?
Uh-huh.
And then I was really racking my brain as to like, yeah, like I mean JC staff, like sure it sucks. Like they haven't released anything that I even fucking watch at this point. But
And then
was
you
like,
realized it's actually Mappa because they hire
Yeah.
Koreans.
because they
Yeah, exactly.
they hire
And also,
evil
they didn't
foreigners.
go enough
as
Shimbo.
a white
Yeah, they didn't
white
go-
American,
they didn't go full
as a
Shimbo
white
mode.
American, yeah, as a white American, I have to say, like, what the
Sorry,
fuck is
Dark.
with all of these disgusting foreigners being hired by Napa? These
Sorry,
Nobody-
Dark. None of
nobody
us
has
can
any
relate
idea
to
what
being
we're talking
a
about.
white.
Yeah, no,
American.
absolutely not. And to drop a hint, browse like really most series on Mall and scroll a little bit. You know, it was the top of Bisque Doll, and I was like, I lost my fucking mind. I was like, I didn't think I was gonna encounter this in the wild. I thought this was some shit that like
Jesus Christ.
Nier had to like search.
Anyways.
But anyway, my worst studio had to go to Studio Trigger, right?
That's
They
fair.
fucking like
Honestly,
First of all,
It
what the fuck are they
completely
releasing?
vacated
Not
my
even
mind that Trigger put
putting out
anything out
anything.
this year.
You know
They're
what's
not even putting
fascinating?
anything
It's
out.
like, yeah, Trigger is actually like, I wouldn't say doing a full heel turn, but it's definitely like, I think around this time, even like 2 years ago, right? Trigger essentially could do no wrong, right? It was just like they were the Gurren Lagann studio, and they were the best thing since sliced anime, and it was just like, God, please, just Trigger, just put it up my butt. Like, I love you, Trigger. Oh God, it was like
I mean,
so good.
even
then, like-
even last year, dude. Even last
Yeah, and
year.
I was saying this
They
time
had
around. Oh yeah,
Visions.
you mean
They
yeah,
had-
this
like, it
yeah,
was
that's
fine.
it.
They
Even
had
after Franks, it
Visions.
was
They
like
had
yeah, they were
fucking
like
Dynazenon.
Yeah.
They had BNA.
Yeah.
They had Promare.
yeah.
They had
Yeah,
fucking
they were on a
Gridman
good-
right before
they were on a
that.
good
There-
up
it
and
was
up
like once
trend.
They ran out of that
Gridman came
crowdfunding
out-
money. Is that what
It
happened?
was like
I-
once
they must
Gridman
have,
came
man.
out, it was like, thank God. Like at the very least, you guys are like putting out something that's like palatable, right? Like after
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Franks, it's like finally,
Absolutely.
like we can at least watch this. Like
Yeah,
without
the
wanting to
SSS
put a
series were
bullet
good.
in our fucking head. Yeah.
Yeah.
And then they came out swinging this year with Cyberpunk Edge Runners. Probably one of the worst shows I've seen
What?
in a fucking long time.
right? God
Like,
damn it.
That alone carries it. Like, I would rather watch every fucking series that JC Staff released this year back to back as like the only thing I do for my day until I get through all of them than sit through fucking Edge Runners again. Or if I could tell myself in hindsight, like you could do one of these two things, just letting you know this option's better, I would pick that. Because Edge Runners is just so fucking bad that I just like can't fathom giving it to a different studio. Right? Like it failed in every way a studio possibly could, except for visuals. That's the only fucking thing it had going for it.
Yeah. It was just. Ooh. I think obviously part of it was the higher ups kind of pushing for a certain way that they wanted Cyberpunk to be directed, but clearly it's just like a lot
A
of
certain
that.
way, as
the
in
up-
like every other fucking series that Amaishi directed, huh?
Yeah, but
As
obviously you
in
could
the
tell.
same thing again.
Yeah, you could tell very much. Like anybody
I
who's
can't
even
put it
watched like
just
a
on like
single
studio
other
higher
trigger
ups. Like
series.
that's what
Yeah,
it
yeah,
is. Like
yeah.
it is him.
The
It's
issue is like the
every
first
fucking
6
series he
episodes. The
directs.
problems in the first 6 episodes, you could be like, okay, some of this stuff is maybe like related to more to like the game itself or
Yeah,
whatever. But
as long
clearly,
as
like
it
in the second
blasts
half,
into like a as long as it blasted into like a satisfying ending. But then it was like, no, you know
yeah,
what? Go fuck yourself.
the second half
You're
thing
not
was
getting a
half was very
you're
trigger.
not getting a satisfying ending. You're not getting you're not getting anything new. You're getting the fucking Imaishi ending. That's it. And you're gonna go home. And you're not gonna think about it. You're not gonna get character deaths that mean a single fucking thing.
But yeah, it was
Especially
very
in
unfortunate because
yeah.
it was
And
so
it's like
classic trigger, and at
think
the end,
about
it
how
was.
the most offensive part now, the best is this series gets worse in hindsight, which also drops Trigger down even further for me because like
Mhm.
the last piece of info I'll just say is like look at how Chainsaw Man handles building up a character and then taking them out, right? Look at how it does that. How they handle the scene where it happens, how they handle the aftermath of a character being killed. And then think about edge runners for 3 seconds because
Yeah,
just going to
absolutely,
throw it out there,
absolutely.
the first 12 episodes of Chainsaw Man are only fucking 12 episodes, so obviously you can do it in 12 episodes. But Cyberpunk did not do that.
Yeah, it was very
And
unfortunate.
also, again, that was the only fucking thing they did this year. Oh, eat shit.
By the way, I just want to mention that next year, Trigger is planning on doing a series that a type of series that they're not used to doing. It's not like all action and stuff like that. They are actually doing Dungeon Meshi, or also localized as Delicious in Dungeon. So for those of us who are part of that sort of cult of people, that like niche of people um who really enjoy that series, we're all just like praying to Jesus now. We're like, please, please let this coin flip be successful.
Fire, that's
Please
called
let Trigger
Isekai.
do. Yeah, that is. I swear to God, if this goes to shit, I'm gonna just like I want myself to be isekai to a place where Dungeon Meshi is actually localized by another studio or adapted by another studio. That's the place where I want to get isekai to. But yeah, very very unfortunate. And I guess my pick for worst studio here is Passione. And Passione
Near, he hates it.
Passione had two interesting entries this year. First was Harem in the Labyrinth of Another World,
which you loved.
Yeah, which I loved, but obviously the studio just ruined it.
Yep.
And love flops or Red Eye flops. So they went into one interesting adaptation into the other. And at this point, some people might be asking, "Bro, do you just like hate rom-coms? Is that why you picked the Passione to measure?"
Yes.
It's like, yeah, yes. First of all, yes. Second of all, the funniest part was like, how did I say this? Who did Redo of Healer? Who the fuck was the studio behind Redo of Healer? God damn it.
I don't know, weren't they a smut studio?
TNK? No, I feel like maybe no. It was TNK. So it was TNK who did. Oh, they did High School DD. Right. You're right. Exactly. Okay. So
Yeah, so my
TNK
point
did.
stands.
Yeah. Your statement is still correct. So I forgot they also did Doreiku and they did Senran Kagura and they did Seven Morals. God damn, what is wrong with this
exactly.
studio?
So I'm correct.
They
is
did,
what I'm
Yeah.
saying. Like
They
they
did
did
Kanagawa Jet Girls
as well.
Jet Girls too. So like
They did Kanazuki no Miko, bro. Like what the fuck?
Bro, I love Kanazuki no Miko.
Anyways,
Pretty
so
much everything on this list rocks, actually, except for
yeah,
Redo of Healer.
is 10 out of 10. You mean? Yeah, exactly. So the TNK people, when they did Redo of Healer, like obviously Redo of Healer is not good source material, but they adapted it in a way where like if you evaluate it within the structure of the source material, it's fine, right? Like the adaptation is fine. But Harem in the Labyrinth of Another World, even when evaluated within the construct of the original material, is not good. Right? Like you could see it from the opening. From the opening, and again, we discussed this in the podcast,
I'm
right?
curious as to why you didn't give that the best OP. By the way, like,
Yeah, exactly.
kind of want
It
to know
was
your
just like,
reasoning for that.
yeah,
I'll
exactly.
tell you why.
So,
Because I watched the whole. I watched all of it, and in episode they don't even tease the other girl. They tease the other girls in the opening, and they only show up in like the last 5 seconds of the
yeah,
last episode.
exactly. They don't even
Like,
have the other.
why,
So
man?
yeah,
That's
it was a
incredible.
nightmare. So
Also,
it's like the opening.
I think Spire's just upset that the backflip didn't last even longer.
Yeah, or they didn't have even more like food scenes or foods on tables, just like see the panning shots of like food on tables. Yeah, but yeah. So like even in the opening, like they showed what is it? It's like the girls with their with the collars or whatever, right? The slave collars, and then they showed like each of the girls, and then they just switched. Like they, it's not like they had like any sort of like animation. They just like kind of switched to like the girls playing in the waterfall or like in the lake or the girls eating or like the girls like slashing something in the dungeon, and then that was it. And then like half the characters didn't show up, and then like most of the series was kind of like this kind of like will they won't they in terms of like storytelling, where it's like will they actually go fully into like the dungeon telling thing, which is kind of boring, but they kind of had to show it, or like are they going to focus more on the smut scenes, or like are they going to try to do some anime only like adaptations of like girls, or like what are they going to do? And like the directors had no idea, and they just like produce everything very poorly. It was just like the storyboarding slash script was terrible, the direction was terrible. It was, and obviously that combined with the original source material not being that great, and themed in a way where in 2022 those themes were not welcome, right? Surprise, slavery is not welcome in 2022. um very, or glorification of slavery obviously is not welcome 2022, surprise. It snowballed into a very bad series, and then of course they turned into they turned after that to Rene Flop, or Love Flops, which is another rom-com series that kind of ended up in a very bad place, obviously partly due to the source material, but they just had a terrible record this year, a terrible record. And Passione doesn't, if I remember correctly, it doesn't always have a terrible year, right? They did do. Right, fuck, I forgot. They did just Species Reviewers. I was about to say like they have an okay record, and then there I was like, they did Interspecies Reviewers. Like I wanted to defend the studio.
They have like they have one. They have
They have
one.
like Hinaka Note and Citrus. I think those two
Yeah,
are pretty much. And like Rail Wars was like okay.
Citrus. Well, no, but Josikose
Yeah.
no Mutazukai was actually like brilliant.
Yeah.
So they have like that.
Yeah, they have like
Higurashi
three.
too. Apparently, Higurashi was fine.
Yeah, but it's
for
like
its
Higurashi, as
adaptation.
long as you don't like, as long as you can like use a spoon with one hand, right? Like you can adapt Higurashi properly, right?
Yeah,
It's
Oh,
like,
as long as
like
you
if you
don't,
can't
like-
adapt Higurashi, you
Miru-
fucking suck as a
Miryoko-chan.
studio.
As long as like
Ew.
you're not like you just
Mouth
look at like
breather?
the Higurashi like wiki, and
Yeah.
then you just like copy the timeline, and you're just like
Yeah.
you're good. Dude.
As long
Like,
as you took like one film study class in high school, like
Yeah.
you can probably adapt Higurashi. Like you just need to do it straight, right? You don't need to like
Yeah.
do anything. And
Well,
like
I mean,
since
if you-
Higurashi has enough money, you can do a straight adaptation without doing truncations, right? Like
Yeah.
how they're doing it. Yeah. So it's like yeah, I was about to defend Passione, but Passione has had a spotty record previously as well, but they're apparently continuing the tradition of having a spotty record this year, so very unfortunate. But so yeah, it is. I do give my worst studio award to Passione. Next, and this is where we get into another one of our. Honestly, this is like pretty much my favorite one. Yeah, this is probably my most favorite award out of the entire lineup, and it is most overrated series. And we start off with Toast.
My most overrated series, Chainsaw Man. Where's Fire Punch? Give me Fire Punch, Nier. Nier gets it. We read Fire Punch. I was like, oh man, this is so cool. This dude's on fire, and this chick likes movies. You thought Chainsaw Man did movies. Fire Punch did it first. Fire Punch is basically the Hideo Kojima of filmmaking in anime. Yeah.
Yeah.
But really, you know, this is one of my harder awards always, because
Uh-huh.
I have mid to low expectations of everything. If it's an isekai, unless it's a specific one, it's always gonna be mid to low. And other stuff, I don't have very high expectations for in general. And this
Well,
stuff,
so let me clarify. Like, so when we're talking about overrated, underrated, right? It's a little bit of different from, at least in my opinion, from pleasant surprise and biggest disappointment, right? Because pleasant surprise and biggest disappointment is like a personal thing, right, for you. But it's like overrated, underrated also kind of takes into account like what the general like
yeah, it's about
kind of
what
community
the
thinks, right?
general populace thinks is really cool, but I'm like, this sucks.
Yeah.
And so, I mean, considering everything, most of the stuff that's been like I'm either impartial to or I don't really care all that much. Mine is probably going to be Eminence and Shadow,
Okay.
because I've heard people say it's the next coming of Konosuba, and it's so funny, and the main
I just
character
like grimace a little bit right now for you
is
saying
just
that.
like me. And oh, you played the mobile game? It's pretty good. Did you know HoloLive VTubers were sponsored to play that game?
They sure were.
And I saw the mobile game. They use really bad
I mean, it's the
quality
standard.
controls. Yeah. You like Konosuba mobile game? You like what's it called? That dude voiced by Kirito with the white hair, and Hestia, Danmachi,
Yeah.
Danmachi mobile game. Yeah, yeah. People thought Eminence Shadow was so cool and it's so funny, and I'm like, that guy's not that funny. He's kind of boring.
Okay.
He's not as funny as Konosuba. It's not the second coming of Konosuba. And yeah, it's that. It's
Okay.
definitely more overhyped than what people brought it out to be.
Mhm.
Um, runner up, I don't know, Chainsaw Man, I guess. I
Okay.
still want Fire Punch. Just saying.
All right. Near. What about you?
Yeah. I mean, I think if you want to go like,
Oh, never mind. Yeah. Okay, continue.
all right. I think if you want to go like max, max CPM, uh, you know, sort of like go-to answer, you go for Chainsaw Man, right? I mean, it's similar to
Right.
it's similar to the year One Punch Man came out, right? When we like, I'm pretty
Even One
sure
Punch Man was like.
I'm pretty sure that
every-
year
Yeah.
we all gave most overrated to One Punch Man, but
Yeah.
it's a similar situation where it's like you have
The-
so
Yeah,
the
but
many.
issue
Chainsaw
is
Man's
it's like-
actually good.
Yeah.
Yeah,
The
that's
thing
the
is,
thing.
Chainsaw Man is good, but it can still be overrated, as Nier said, because
Of course,
the
because you
whole,
have.
like,
I mean, you
yeah,
have so many eyes on it. You have like
it was like to
literally.
infinity. Yeah.
Yeah, you have like literally pretty much the entire anime community talking about this show, right?
Yeah.
A
And
majority
rating it
of
highly.
majority of the reception is
Mhm.
positive, right?
Through the roof.
Like
Absolutely.
overwhelmingly positive.
Yeah.
So when you look at really anything critically, that has a reception like that, obviously, you're going to come to the conclusion, and it's not really a wrong conclusion that it is overrated, right? And
Yeah.
I do believe Chainsaw Man is overrated, but personally, I think the most overrated series of the year is
Yes. Yeah.
easily Cyberpunk Edge Runner.
There we go.
Like,
That's the
it
real answer.
has
Oh,
to,
Yeah,
right?
there's the real answer.
Because people were talking about this show like it was gold. Like this is
Yes.
fucking like gold in media
Trigger,
form.
please
Like it
blast
is.
into my face. Oh, I
Yeah,
want
like
Rebecca
this
to
is
see
this
this
is
in my
this is
mouth.
this is like the best fucking thing on Netflix, dude.
Yeah.
Like this is like the best video game anime thing
Anime.
ever. And it's
Yeah.
like, I mean, I'm not going to talk about Cyberpunk Edge Runners. We did an entire podcast on it. Like,
Fuck, I
Yeah.
need to change my thing too now. I
Yeah,
forgot.
I'm
Fuck,
changing
dude.
mine
it's-
too. I didn't want to be. I don't want to be the odd one out this time.
but yeah, like it has to be Cyberpunk Edge Runners, right?
Yeah, yeah,
Like
yeah.
we talked about it. We were pretty much all of. I'm pretty sure we're still of the same opinion that Cyberpunk Edge Runners is not a good show. People talked about it like it was one of the best things of all time. It is not. So, in my opinion, absolutely most overrated thing of the year. So,
All right, Dark.
Wow, surprise! Cyberpunk Edge Runners.
Yeah,
To not get into it too much, like for me, it fits like overrated better than literally like anything else on the planet. Like just because it's like, you watch a series and then you finish it and then you go, "Oh, that was fucking dog shit." And then you see people
more
like,
overrated than gluten free, baby.
yeah,
Let's go.
yeah, and
Like,
and it like and I understood in the beginning. I was like, "Oh, okay, like yeah, like this show is fucking brilliant" when I was first watching it. And then again, I get to the end and I'm like, "Wow, that was fucking terrible." And so you think to
Mhm.
yourself, "Oh, okay, people are going to come to that conclusion too when they're done." And then there are people that finish it and they're like, "No, it's brilliant." And I'm like, "Oh, okay, so yeah, it's the same old shit. Like Trigger fucking puts out something and people lap it up even though it's fucking garbage." So,
Mhm.
it was awful.
Right.
That's kind of like my barrier. Like, do I literally look at it and go, "Oh, I must be crazy"? Like, not even like I don't even do that. I go, "Oh, these other people are literally fucking stupid." Like, I go full Skinner where I'm like, "Oh, the children are wrong." Like,
Yeah,
there's no
it's like
fucking
it's
way.
yeah,
Like,
yeah, exactly.
oh,
Me
okay,
too, to be
they're
honest.
dumb. That's it.
Yeah,
Like, I don't feel insecure in my opinion at all. Like, these people are fucking
yeah,
crazy.
yeah.
Takes
Yeah,
a
sometimes.
special moment to hit that.
Yeah, I think there's always I think having like constant like updates on your thought, right? It's like, why am I thinking this way? What is my philosophy? What is my structure for evaluation? Has my structure for evaluation been consistent and something that I am satisfied with if we're given the past data, right? I think that's a perfectly wise thing to do. But it's like once you have that structure properly and you're updating it in a regular manner and you're doing it, it's like, yeah, I mean, this it is what it is, right? It's like no random person screaming about like Trigger did the best thing since whatever, right? Like, it's just the fucking real. Like that shouldn't convince you, essentially. But yeah, very unfortunate. But and yeah, I am going to hop on that bandwagon too. Most overrated series definitely goes to
Yeah,
Cyberpunk Edge Runners. I
Cyberpunk
think
sweep.
honorable mention goes to Isekai Oji-san. I think that was a little
What?
bit, at least for me. Um, uh, and again, I talked about this, why I felt like this in the anime podcast, where we cover the stuff, and in my opinion, I think they could have done a little bit more with the concept, but they chose to keep it very compact as is. But I don't think it was like the next like big thing, like how a lot of people were like, "Oh, he makes the freaking Sega references and does all the things," and it's like that's fun, but it's like, so he's got Uchi-san as well as Overlord season 4. Like, guys, I love Overlord too, but come on, like, give it up. Like, let's fucking give it up here. But yeah, anyways, goes to Cyberpunk Edge Runners for all the reasons that these guys pointed out. Obviously, I was so hype in I guess episodes like what is it like 5, 6, and stuff like that.
Yeah.
The first couple of episodes were pretty nice, a little bit sketchy at times, but definitely episode 6 was like chef's kiss levels of like,
Yeah.
wow, this is really like they're going somewhere. And then
And then they
second
don't.
half. And then second half went full trigger. Like you can't
Yeah.
even, it was the discussion that Dark and I had about 20 minutes ago, where it's like second half you can't even blame the people who made the game, Project Red, CD Projekt Red, and it's like you can't blame any of them. You can't blame the production committee. You can't blame anyone for that because the structure is so clearly Trigger. It's so clearly Trigger, and it's not only clearly Trigger. It's a departure from the layers of complexity, the storytelling style that was in episode 6. So very unfortunate. Just it was so not good. So kind of like, ugh, like, oh, are we gonna see this shit again? And yet everybody was like, oh, please, Trigger, please, have all of your producers line up and just shoot that stuff into my mouth. Oh, please, I want it. It's like, guys, really, it's really not that
You
good.
know what's gonna be most overrated next year? Trigun.
Trigun is gonna be. I'm
No,
gonna be
that's not
very
true
interested to
because
see.
there's probably going to be more than enough people that are like, ew, CG, ugh,
Oh yeah,
to
yeah,
balance it
exactly.
out. So we're not going to be able to count that.
I'm not even
Hey.
interested in seeing Nier's reaction to the Trigun anime. I'm interested
But
in
Nier,
seeing
you're
Nier's
covering
reaction
it.
to other people reacting to the Trigun anime.
Yeah, Nier, you gotta cover it. I'm not touching this.
Yeah, absolutely.
You gotta cover the YouTube reactions of the Trigun anime. I don't even want you to watch the episodes, just the reaction videos.
We're doing the react
It's
meta.
yeah, exactly. But we're putting on extra tests because we're gonna be like one of those like, you know, those like BuzzFeed videos of like the different people cooking and then they compare each other, like the like the different, you know, Jamaican people compare each other's like patties or whatever it is, right? And it's gonna be like that where it's like you watch somebody reacting to Trigun and be like, how come they use CG? And they just shit on them for the next 10 minutes.
Yeah.
Yeah. Anyways, so I think unanimous here. Cyberpunk Edge Runners most overrated series for sure. And on the flip side, though, on a more positive note, we go on to most underrated series here. So starting with Toast, what do you have for us?
I have several underrated that no one's watched. And don't worry, only one of them is Isekai, I think.
Okay.
Maybe 2. Well, yeah,
All
okay,
right.
2.
Okay.
So
What are
when
they?
I go underrated, it's usually stuff that flies under the radar, and it's no surprise that at least I'm pretty sure that whatever I pick for underrated is usually going to be my anime of the year, unless it's one of my my go-tos, like, oh hey, is that Fate Extra Last Encore, or oh hey, is that a new Data Live movie, or oh hey, that is that something covered by Eimer? I'm all in. But yeah. What I pick for underrated, because I don't see anyone talking about it anymore, is My Stepmom's Daughter Is My Ex. I kind of like that series. I don't think I covered it. Spy, did you cover it? Pretty sure you didn't.
I did not cover it, but I watched a little bit of it, mainly because it was the main couple was voiced by Shimono Hiro and like Hirakarina, kind of like fighting back and forth, right?
I
If I
don't know
remember
who
correctly.
those are, but okay.
Yeah.
I don't
But
know. I put that there. I put Leah Dale. I like Leah Dale. Oh dang, that is 2 isekai. Okay. I also put Prima Doll. I mean, oh look, there's my potential for the year. Isekai Yakyoku. That's my second isekai. Fufu Ijo and Akiba Maid War. So, and what I picked for a most underrated series that I think people should watch more is probably gonna be Isekai Yakyoku. I'm a nerd.
That's a solid pick.
I'm a nerd.
That's a pretty good pick, yeah. I should have maybe put that into one of my honorable mentions, but yeah, it was a good pick. All right, pretty good. Nier?
I'm a pharmacy nerd, so what? Leave me alone.
All right, Nier.
So I have a pretty similar criteria to Toast. Sort of just stuff that I think, not necessarily like wasn't received well enough, but was sort of more like wasn't talked about very much.
To Kaito
You know,
Nier.
didn't get very much buzz. And personally, I'm gonna give mine to mine's a bit of a coin toss. But I'm gonna give mine to Heike Monogatari.
Okay.
I really really like this show. I didn't see very many people talk about it.
Yeah, a lot of it was kind of just like, oh, it's just gonna be some like standard like Japanese like
Yeah.
feudal ages kind of shit, whatever. And then like people
I
pass
really,
and
yeah,
pass on.
I really liked it. When I covered it, obviously I had a couple gripes about, the way the early episodes, some of the ways, it doesn't really do too much with Biwa's characterization early on. But I think the ending is very, very strong. It definitely leaves you with a very lasting impression. Um, and it's something that I think more people should watch. And then the other one that was really, really close for me was Kokyu no Karasu.
Mhm.
Very few people talked about this show.
Yes, yes,
Um,
yes. That's
what
definitely a very like
what few people
yeah.
I did see talk about this show were all positive. Like I've almost never really seen anybody like talk bad about this show.
Mhm.
But I've barely seen anybody talk about this show. And it is very good. So I would highly recommend checking it out.
Yeah, for sure. And for viewers of this podcast who haven't seen some of these stuff, please do check them out. It's always good to kind of check out these sorts of diamonds in the rough rather than just like, oh, One Punch Man season 2, One Punch Man season
Yeah.
3. Sometimes you want a little bit of novelty in your life, right? Dark.
All right, so this one was a tie more.
Hmm?
So I mean, as every year it comes out, fucking Jashin Chan season 3, boys. Okay, start watching. Start watching. She needs your support. She needs your money,
Yes.
especially now that she got scammed from I forget what fucking prefecture.
www.teamjashin.com. Yeah. Oh
Yeah,
yeah, that fucking town.
yeah.
God damn it.
Now that
Oh.
this fucking
Oh god.
prefecture scammed them out of money after they gave them
Bro, it's not
promo,
appropriate for the
she needs
children's.
your support.
It's not
Yeah.
appropriate to represent the town with Medusa question mark.
Yeah, it's not. Listen, guys, it's not appropriate to represent the town with like a fake fucking people, like loan
Chopping,
sharks
yeah.
stealing
Yeah.
organs from a fucking like devil that's immortal.
Yeah.
But Doc, what about the Hatsune Miku money?
Yeah, exactly. I mean,
Yeah,
it's just
exactly.
like it's crazy. So
Mhm.
yeah, so
Anyways.
always underrated. Will likely always be underrated. Keep on the
Mhm.
lookout for the next fucking Kickstarter.
Yeah.
Crowdfunding shit. But the true, I think like the most, like the real, like not even slightly like a meme, like other one that was neck and neck with for me this year was from this season even, and it was DIY. I saw people talking
Yes.
about it,
Do
obviously.
it yourself. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
But I don't think it got like as much mainstream
Yeah, it
traction
was
as
kind of
I would like
on
it
the same
to.
level of like on the mainstream as like something like a slow loop or like a Q, where it was kind of like maybe a bit more than Q. Um, but it was definitely something like a slow loop where people are like, "Oh, cute girls doing cute stuff," blah blah, blah, and it kind of
Yeah,
passed under.
and I think it was. I mean, I would argue that this was even. I mean, definitely like infinitely superior to Slow Loop. Even though Slow Loop's
Yeah, I
fun,
mean,
Slow Loop
it
had a lot
definitely
of good
was.
stuff.
I'm just
But
saying mainstream
like
consciousness.
DIY
Yeah.
is, I mean, it's got a really fun style. It's got a really fun soundtrack.
Yes,
Got
yes,
a
yes,
really
yes.
cool. Again, the thing I will always go back to, um, repeatedly with it
Uh-huh.
is a lot of the what do you call it? The sort of like world space that they put the show in that was completely like unnecessary in a way, right? And that's not
Mhm.
to disparage it either, right? The weird clash between like old school with DIY and then like the new like STEM shit of the other school.
Mhm.
And the world itself with like its weird drones and its unmanned like cars and stuff like that, just as like little background touches for the theme of DIY, I think was just really awesome and deserves more recognition.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I mean, on that note, I am also giving my most underrated series award to Do It Yourself. Again, for many of the same reasons. I think although the level of mainstream consciousness for the series was on the same level as something like Sloop, I think the just what you get from watching this series and just the relative effort that they put into it, and the sort of quality of the series compared to what you kind of expect coming in, what kind of people talked about, was definitely just like off the charts. Obviously, honorable mentions to, I want to say, Daemon, management of novice alchemists, or Shinmai Renkijutsu no Tenpuke. That was something I really enjoyed, uh, especially in an era where we have a fucking Atelier Riza coming out like every fucking month or whatever, right? That was pretty nice.
Yeah.
Futoku no Guild, or Immoral Guild. Again, I kind of poo-pooed it a little bit, but I gave it a chance after Toast did recommend it, and I do like it. And I think
Who's your
it also
favorite
did.
character?
My favorite character?
There's only one correct answer.
What's the name of the blonde girl? The
Which
blonde
one?
the Onesan.
The mom?
It- no, it's like an Onesan. It's not even a mom, right? Oh no, it is a mom. Yeah, it is the
There you
mom.
go. That
Yeah.
is the correct answer. Perfect.
Yeah, anime, yeah. Anime is the only correct answer. Yes. um so Futoku no Guild, or Immoral Guild, Love After World Domination, or Koi wa Sekai Seifuku no Ate, was very quite decent, especially after the development of some of the supporting cast members. I really liked how they took time out of the day to do that, instead of just being like, oh, main two characters just do the same shtick over and over again. I do like that expansion of the world. And I Parallel World Pharmacy, obviously. And I think this got a little bit more hype than some of the others, but still, I think this is still a little bit underrated. And I would want to say Sword Isekai, or Reincarnated as a Sword, also known as Tensei Shitara Ken Deshita, right? I do think that's still a little bit underrated. But yeah, a lot of pretty good stuff. But I would say the most underrated is definitely Do It Yourself, for sure. And now we head on to our best or most pleasant surprise. So, again, the difference that I want to emphasize here, is that overrated, underrated stuff, when I talk about them, or when we talk about them, is talk about our conception of the series, our evaluation compared to the general like populace, right? It's like they think that Spy Family or Chainsaw Man is like super good, but what is our thoughts of the series compared to what the mainstream thinks, right? Pleasant surprise and biggest disappointment is what we expected coming in and what we kind of thought it would be and whatever, compared to what we got out of it, essentially. So, starting off with Toast.
What? So the thing about most pleasant surprise is I'm usually on the nose when I say something's good or something's bad for me, because I'm a connoisseur, right? I say this isekai's mid. Guess what? It's pretty mid. This isekai's pretty good. Guess what? I thought it's pretty good.
Mhm.
So it's getting harder and harder to out predict my own mind, if you know what I mean. Because
I mean,
I'm just too smart for my own good. Because I
too
read
smart
a
for.
lot of things.
Yeah. Also, like the thing is, not to blow smoke up Toast ass or anything like that, but it's just like all of us, like at this point, we've seen enough series, and it's not
Yeah.
like, and I don't want to insult. I actually kind of do want to insult Japanese writers, but or Japanese anime writers, but a lot of these writers are not, and like the kind of sources that they're adapting from, right? Especially like the Naruto, like Shosetsu ni Naruto and stuff like that, they're not exactly like, it's not Hemingway, right? So a lot of these you can kind of see what's going to happen most of the time. So yeah,
So
and so
yeah, like
Toast also obviously has that precognition in a sense.
so the only way something has to surprise me if it's completely original or it's something that I put on the back burner, but I never bothered to do. Like if I say, "Oh, I've heard of the series," maybe I'll watch it later, or I'll read it later. And if I see the first episodes or something, I'm like, "This is pretty good." Maybe I'll read the manga. And like I'm pointing out a specific situation which that happened this year, but my two picks were Prima Doll, because Prima Doll is an original,
Mhm.
and Blue Lock, because I did not read Blue
Okay.
Lock about since ever, and I've been reviewing sports anime all this time, and then people kept saying, "Oh, this is just a worse Blue Lock. Futsal Boys is a worse Blue Lock, and this other show is a worse Blue Lock." I
Okay,
kept
okay,
hearing
okay.
about it,
Right, right.
and then when I actually watched Blue Lock, I was like, "Oh, dang, this is actually pretty cool." First episode is very good.
Okay.
So right after I watched the first episode of Blue Lock, I basically read the manga in a week, like all the scanlations of the manga within a week, and I was like, "Dang, they were right. This is pretty good."
Yeah.
So my biggest pleasant surprise is, I guess, gotta be Prima Doll, cause it's an
Okay.
original, and like I said earlier, I'd never liked the key work since
And I think
Little
part of it
Busters.
I think part of it also coming in is that Prima Doll was obviously like you're talking about the key stuff, which is again like I pretty much agree. But it's also, although I'm more optimistic because I'm retarded and I'm a sucker, right, for key stuff and visual arts. But also it was a mobile game project, right? It's a multimedia mobile game project, if I remember correctly, right? Um,
So it's
and
multimedia.
those do not tend to not turn out for the best,
What?
and usually in terms of anime stuff.
But
What?
Fire Uma Musume.
I think honestly, actually, the closest thing people came to like consistently praising was in terms of like multimedia stuff was like in the anime specifically, right? Was like Rage of Bahamut, if I remember correctly, right?
Really?
That was
But
like
not
pretty
not
much,
season 2.
but yeah, but not even season two, just like the season one. Yeah,
Yep.
yeah, exactly. So it's usually very rare, but
But yeah,
yeah, Prima Doll was pretty
those
solid.
those two are my picks because one is original and one was so good that it made me read the manga. But I'll give it to
Pretty
Prima
good.
Doll because it's the original, and I really liked that whole anime.
Pretty good. Pretty good. Near most pleasant surprise or biggest pleasant surprise, best pleasant surprise, whatever you want to call it.
Yeah, so I had a couple pleasant surprises this year,
Okay.
which was nice. I mean, it's always nice to be, you know, uh, surprised, right?
We're
It's
we're
good.
hoping that Dungeon Meshi also fills that role next year for you
Yeah,
instead of
yeah,
becoming the
yeah,
biggest
yeah.
disappointment.
But yeah, I mean, most recent memory, like Kokyo no Karasu, I remember.
Okay.
I remember in the
Yes.
previews
Yes.
we were kind of like, this will probably just be like some standard political drama type shit, right? But it
Or I
turned
could go
out,
crazy and just go Thunderbolt Fantasy.
yeah, but it turned out to be something, pretty
Yeah.
special, I think.
Mhm.
What else was there? I mean, there was some other stuff that was pretty
Near,
nice.
did you watch Shadow vs. Flame?
No, I did not.
You should have. Did you hear what this says?
No, why?
Shadow vs. Flame features a new little protagonist, Light Tenryu, and its story is set in Shadowvar College. Get it?
Yeah, yeah.
Shadowvar College, Shadowverse College.
But no, I didn't. I watched a few episodes of the first season and I was like,
Yeah, it sucked.
eh. But yeah, I'm pretty sure I was pretty. Oh yeah, Hiromai Terumono was a pretty good, pleasant surprise. But
Yes. Tiro and Tarumono was pretty solid too. Yeah.
um,
Or much more
yeah,
solid than we thought it would
yeah.
be.
But for me, I think the biggest pleasant surprise was Police in a Pod.
Oh, yes, yes. You
Yeah,
did compliment it at the beginning of the year, if I remember correctly.
yeah.
Yes.
Because I remember like I remember joking in the previews about this, like kind of just being like,
Who
you
less
know,
matter?
yeah, like kind of just like propaganda shit. The criminals are, dumb idiots, and it's sort of like a
Yes,
comedy
yes.
thing where the police save the day kind of thing. But it's, I was really surprised by how respectful it was with how like, crime isn't always just something that like someone evil does, right? Like sometimes crime happens out of necessity or just out of, pure circumstance or something.
It was more even
Um,
keeled for sure.
yeah, and it treated police as sort of like, they're not always just like chasing the bad guy and, saving the day. Sometimes it is just the paperwork, or it
Yeah,
is
yeah, yeah.
just, talking to families that like live nearby, or, um, dealing with a dead body, not necessarily the result of a crime, but just a dead body due to natural passing, right? Like the police have to come in and, move the body and clean up. Yeah, it was very respectful, and much more, I guess, down to earth than I expected from something that was sort of uh, outwardly presents itself as a more comedy focused series. Yeah,
Mhm.
it was a very nice, quaint little show,
Yep.
and I liked it quite a bit. Um, but yeah, probably my biggest pleasant surprise.
Are you saying it's
Agreed.
better than Odd Taxi?
Yes,
Surprise!
yes,
Surprise!
yes. I still hold the stance that Odd Taxi.
So that was Nier's most pleasant surprise, right? I think.
Yep.
Did you have anything else
Did you
that you
get
want to say?
did you get the Odd Taxi part in?
Yeah, the odd taxi part. Oh
Good.
yeah, it was just we were just
Yeah.
talking about how most of our hate mail is going to be from our people who are going to be like, how dare you dislike odd taxi? Are you serious?" It's just going to be like that. Um, and what about you, Dark? Most pleasant surprise.
For me, I went with my most pleasant surprise being Aharan-san wa Hakaranai. Um, yeah, I went into that series thinking it was just going to be a pretty standard, like the MC meets a like weird or like, mostly like a reserved girl, and they kind of just like bounce off each other, like nothing really happens that much. More like a Komi-san or something like that.
Yes.
Um, and like I thought it was gonna be, pretty basic, pretty boring. Uh, what I was hit with instead was, just an extremely fun story that had, I don't know, it was like certain things about it. It was way more development. It was very much like a Komi-san at the time. I'd said too, with way more development, way more things actually happening that mattered to these characters. Inter-character relationships that were tackled in like even small but like significant things going on. You had things like what was it, like Hanan-san having like a very short small conversation with her brother who looks like her, like her younger brother who looks like her and likes to wear her clothes. So you have even like small moments like that which were like not something that they had to do, not something that like really even was like sort of like on topic, but it was like kind of cool to see that. You also had, again, which I really liked about it, was that the MC, like, you want to talk about like neurodivergent or like weird characters. The MC is also fucking weird. Like, and he's
Mhm.
very aware of it, that he is strange. Like, he does not like get along with people, like, because, he's like emotionally stunted because of his face. Um, and, they play that off as like, oh, yeah, it's because of like, his face always looks angry. But then, like, as the show goes on, it's also very evident that, like, he's just also kind of like a weird dude.
Mhm.
Um, but in a very, very fun way. So having stuff like that was really neat. And I think that just like really elevated the series way beyond anything that I had expected.
Right. Yeah, I think for it was definitely a work that was much more polished than anybody kind of expected it to be at that level, or like definitely a slightly more polished, and that really kind of gave it the boost that it needed at think. All right. I think my most pleasant surprise was, and this might be a cop out of sorts. It is Butchie the Rock, and part of that was, I think.
Oh wait, shit! Did we go down again?
What?
Are we
During
on?
that?
No.
What?
Well, no, we're on now. Yeah. What part did
Yeah,
we
okay,
cut
okay.
off at, or did it or was it like really?
No,
quick?
that was like
We're
way
fine.
back. I think yeah, we're
Well,
fine.
no,
It
because
was
Session
near
said dead again. So
That was
Okay.
just like 4 minutes ago.
Yeah.
Okay.
So most pleasant surprise, Butchie the Rock, and the reason why I say this is because yes, I am one of the people in this podcast that do prefer just watching like the sort of straight up like cute girls doing cute stuff, do it yourself, the let's make a mug, Udo camp, stuff like that, and just, inject that into my veins. That's my jam, stuff like that, right? And so you'd expect me to like watching this sort of stuff, like on the opposite, or have a positive bias, but that's not necessarily always the case. And especially for Bochi the Rock, I kind of had a surface level look at it initially before the anime even released, and I was like, yeah, this kind of looks like it'll kind of go out flat. Like it'll just do some, girls do guitar stuff, and then, oh, by the way, how are you doing today? Oh, you messed up on the guitar, haha, stuff like that, right? um which is almost what something like Irodori Midori did, right? The adaptation of that rhythm game, right? And I thought it was going to be ending up pretty similar, or maybe even more mediocre than that. And Butchie the Rock, I think, initially had a slight danger of potentially going down that route. But really, again, after episode 3, it just went to the moon. And, you know, what better way to have an anime develop than really just develop into that sort of manner, right? And Sasiyana's like, Butchie's on the quest to go back in time and join the American band Nirvana. Yeah. I think, especially since I've seen so many good anime premises, or story premises that are anime original or manga original or light novel original or whatever, start up in anime adaptations, and then due to the format of the anime season, due to the directorial mismanagement, due to how sort of the brand wanted itself to be done, due to some audiovisual flaws, a lot of that just like go by the wayside, right? There are a lot of series with a lot of premises that are really good that just gets chucked to the ground and kind of stomped on because of the anime. And this took an entire opposite turn. It started out a little bit shaky, and then boom, it just shot up. And so, definitely, I think one of the most pleasant surprises, not only of this year, but I think that I've had in a couple of years for sure. They just put the studio just put so much love and effort into it, and I don't have enough words of praise for it, honestly. So yeah, so that was my most pleasant surprise again, Butchie the Rock, and we move on now to our biggest disappointment here. And again, we start off with Toast.
Is it going to be a sweep? I think it's going to be a sweep.
Biggest disappointment, really?
But if I'm wrong, I'm going to put it to Data Live Season 4.
It's not a
If
sweep.
I'm
what was your real
It's
answer?
not a sweep.
If I'm right, I'm going to switch my... If I'm right, I'm going to switch my answer later on. But for now, it's going to be Data Live Season 4.
Okay.
I mean, I'm telling you right now, it's literally not a sweep.
Yeah. But yeah,
I'll take it.
Nier, what about you?
Yeah, whatever.
Biggest disappointment?
Black Rock Shooter.
Ooh.
Okay, I changed mine back.
Really?
Yeah.
How much were you expecting from Black Rock Shooter?
I mean,
the first anime. What were you where's your point of reference though? Or like, are you trying to compare this to even just like the first anime, Black Rock Shooter anime, or like what were you trying to compare it
I mean,
to?
I was expecting a show.
An actual show, but you got a flaming dump file? You got a flaming dumpster?
Yeah, like that's kind of the point of reference we're at.
Okay. I see. So the delta was still very severe.
Yeah, so for me, I wasn't really disappointed by very much.
Yeah.
Because, a lot of these shows, I either had relatively high expectations and, they were met, or I had really not very many expectations
Yeah.
and, they either ended up bad or they didn't, right? Like say for example, something like Summertime Render, with the premise like, oh, it's a weird mystery series on a fucking secluded island. It's like I'm not really
Mhm.
expecting much, right?
Yeah,
So
yeah, yeah.
when it ends
Yeah.
up bad,
That premise is
like
already suspect.
yeah, like when it ends up shit, I it's really no skin off my back, right?
Yeah.
But with Black Rock Shooter, you know, I have been, um, I've said it before, I'll say it, I'm sure I'll say it in the future. I am a fan of the original Black Rock Shooter.
Okay. Just
It's
so we get that out of the way,
yeah,
right?
its story is dumb, like really dumb.
Yes, yes,
Um,
yes.
but I am a huge sucker for those designs. I'm a huge
Uh-huh.
sucker for the aesthetic that that show has.
Mm.
Um,
Dead
and
Master's pretty cool. I'm not gonna lie.
yeah, and people that have been watching this show for a while will know that I'm one of the biggest defenders of CG shows, right?
Yes.
Um, and unfortunately, the new Black Rock Shooter looks like dog shit, just through and through. It looks absolutely horrendous. It is the prime example of why people hate CG. This stuff like Berserk, like it just looks bad. The story is dumb as fuck. It has nothing to do with the original series. Like it's overall like it basically a big middle finger to anybody who liked the original. Which, to be honest, probably not a lot of people, but I'm one of them. So
Yeah.
yeah,
So
it's kind of
Session
one
in
of the
chat
only
says, like Black Rock Shooter being shit does suck when it's such like a big chunk of like sort of the Hatsune Miku brand and like the bread and butter. And what I said was again, it's like uh, I didn't really appreciate the first season of Black Rock Shooter, but I still saw it a little bit more of like they put some effort into it to make it seem at least a little bit more like a passion project, right?
yeah
And that even Black Rock Shooter, that was definitely a little bit before the full advent of like people like editors and publishers and companies just stealing shit from online and just using that as cash grabs, right? Like
yeah.
Black Rock Shooter was a little bit before that, right?
Yeah, it was
Um,
kind of like the progenitor of like, oh, we can take this
yeah,
popular
we could,
thing from Nico
yeah, we could just
Nico and
use
sort of
memes and just do
yeah,
yeah
like
thing.
make
Yeah,
a project out of it.
like how Hiro and Tarumono is literally like a Honeyworks project,
Yeah,
right? Like it's not like some like published novel, right? It's like fucking YouTube channel like song, right?
yeah,
Um, so but this season definitely feels way more like a cash grab for sure.
yeah.
Yeah.
Like it was very much. It really kind of just felt like, oh, we have this IP. We could just probably do something with this, right?
I keep getting reminded of that Domino's ad. Do you like
Yeah,
Hatsune Miku?
yeah,
Fucking.
I'm
Anyways,
changing my
yeah.
answer
So
back. Mine's
yeah.
Cyberpunk Edge Runners because it's already been
Okay.
stated.
Okay. Dark.
Everything
Big.
past episode 6 sucks really bad.
Yeah, for sure.
Um,
Biggest
yeah.
disappointment,
So
please.
mine. So mine like the problem. The reason why like mine is different and why it's not Cyberpunk Edge Runners is because like when Cyberpunk Edge Runners was announced, I was like, okay, yeah, sure, right.
This is a
So it
thing.
was more
Yeah.
like Nier put the other day that like Cyberpunk Edge Runners was more of like a fucking betrayal, right? Because like
Yeah.
going in, I was like, all right, let's see what the fuck this is. And then like, episode like 1, great. Episode 2, fantastic. Like really building you up. Then like you have a turning point, you're like, wow, this is crazy. And then like episode 6, I still had my qualms with the series by then. I was like, all right, damn, this is like really popping off. And then episode 7 happens and you're like, oh, what the fuck? Like, great. This is horrendous. Um, and then it just gets worse from there. So for me though, I had to put my biggest disappointment, which is fairly minor to be honest, is Sore demo Ayumu wa Yosutekuru.
Okay.
Which I forget exactly what that translates into in English. I think it's something like
When will Ayumi-san confess or something
Ayumu,
like that?
yeah, making his move or something like
Oh,
that.
when will Ayumi-san make his move? Yes, sir.
Yeah,
Yes.
and that's so that's that series from the Takagi-san person. I believe, right?
Mhm.
It's the same exact person. It's not just like the same artist or something. They're
I
like the
think so.
the
Yeah.
full mangaka, I think.
Mhm.
So it's that, and then it's a full series, and it's like shogi, and it's just a really. I feel like it's like not even a fun will they won't they. It would be fine as like a little short with like a little scenario, but I watched a few episodes and it was just like, what the fuck am I doing? Like, why am I watching this? Like,
You're like
I was
you
like, this
feel
is
like
just
your
like,
time just like being wasted essentially.
yeah, I was like, this is just a what, like, whatever. Like, I'll just watch another fucking season of Takagi. Like, if I want something like this,
Yeah.
that's like actually like good, like, right? Like, that's
Yeah.
actually bringing something to the table more than just like really just the same shogi fucking match over and over again.
Right.
So that to me was like super unfortunate.
Yeah. Yeah, it was pretty like some of those series really just had like they thought they could get away with the same formula over and over again, but that's just not how entertainment works, I think. But like past a certain point you're just like whatever. I'm just going to watch something else. But yeah. Um my biggest disappointment, and this was a very sort of like personal-ish thing, is definitely Orient. Because Orient again, like we kind of knew in a sense. So Orient was made by the same person who made Magi and the Adventures of Sinbad and stuff like that, right? And those were pretty decent. Magi ended up being very much of a drag and kind of like a shit show near the end. But Adventures of Sinbad was consistently good, and it's been consistently praised across the board, across communities and stuff like that. And I thought, Orient, yeah, it's kind of gonna be some sort of like power fantasy thing where like the author kind of does a little bit more of what he wants, but still maybe he can like wrap it up. But Orient ended up being way more cheesy and shitty. Um, Magi was says on chat. Magi was never before seen shit show of an ending. Yeah, for sure. And the worst part is like you could see it coming, and like the first 2 or 4 chapters when they started doing like all the exposition about how the world was made and stuff like that. But people were on that copium. But anyways, back to Orient. Orient was very much like much more cheesy and much more crappy than anybody ever thought it could possibly end up being. And I thought like even like the premise was actually okay enough to the point where I think they could have a little bit more of like an Inuyasha style, like just kind of go wander around, go beat up stuff kind of journey. But the way that it was structured in the anime and the way that the sort of action and the battles were paced versus like the characters being developed versus the journey. And I think like even if the series is action, if you have a premise that's based on a journey, more episodes should be devoted to the journey than to the battle scenes, just because the idea is that you have to build that, you have to solidify that concept of they're going around beating stuff up. Because if you're just gonna make the anime into a boss rush, right? Like why it's just, it's a fucking art collage at that point, right? It's just a tour de force of like not tour de force. It's like a show of force of just like the studio can just do this stuff, which is not what I want in an anime. I want the anime to actually respect what it's doing premise wise. So I was pretty disappointed in how Orient turned out. And I think honorable mentions go to Akiba Maid War. I wished it was a little bit less cheesy than what it was. And Dawn of the Witch, Mahotsuka Reimeki. I did like not Familiar of Zero. What is it? Uh, the Grimoire of Zero, or whatever it was. I did like Grimoire of Zero somewhat the way like it built the world, so I thought it would be okay. but Dawn of the Witch was pretty shitty too. So those are my honorable mentions. All right. And with that, we are going to head on over to just a little bit of like, small personal awards that we want to customize personal awards that we want to give some stuff to some, people or anime series or whatever it is, characters, anything, some little things if we have anything here before we go on to our worst and best series, our final awards. So starting off with just our, again, custom awards beforehand. Toast. Any sort of personal awards, any customized awards that you want to give anything to?
Best anime movie, One Piece Film Red. Worst anime movie, Tard Water thing. I guess.
Okay.
What else did I have? Do you want me to do my VTuber stuff? I can skip, but I got like 50.
Please skip your VTuber stuff.
Yeah, I mean, definitely do not hit us with that.
Uh,
Hit us with like, if anything, your most important one.
Best VTuber outfit of this year goes to Oro Crony's new outfit. Why? It's Wada Arco. That's super biased. Best VTuber drama this year? I don't know. The Splatoon chroma key stuff. That was great. And the apology in quotes where she was dressed up in her outfit.
Uh-huh.
And then the worst VTuber drama, I don't know, whatever happened to Yugo. Pretty sad. Best VTuber company, Cover Corporation. Worst VTuber company, Sanji.
Uh-huh.
Okay, best uncensored anime, Futoku no Guild. Yeah, I think, yeah.
Not
Worst,
Harem Camp or whatever that smut thing was.
worst uncensored, freaking World's End Harem. That was boring. That should have been one of my worst disappointments. It was just boring all around. The scenes were not even that good. I don't know. I think that's it. Best anime song this year. One Piece One Piece Film Red New Genesis. Yeah,
Okay. All right.
that's about it.
Well, thank you very much, Toast, for your personal awards. Here, any personal customized awards that you want to hand out or no?
Not really.
Near, who's the best Fate servant this year?
This year,
Yeah.
Rasputin.
Good choice.
But yeah, it's not really an award. It's more of just a shout out, I guess.
Yeah, that's fine too.
I said it back when I covered Hikmanagatari. But I'm just happy to see Naoko Yamada still directing.
Okay.
Being involved in projects. She's got, I believe, 2 movies planned right now for directing. But yeah. Other than that, I mean, I don't really have too many personal awards stuff. I was thinking of doing like a best direction thing, but at the end of the day, that's probably just goes to Pachi the Rock, right? But yeah, not too many personal stuff.
What's
Just,
what's the best Kana Hanazawa this year?
what was she even in this year? I know she was in Police in a Pod, but that's kind of all I really remember.
She actually wasn't in that many. That like Sure and like Takahashi Rie actually weren't in that many.
Because I'm pretty sure Kanahana is focusing on her singing stuff right now, for the most part. But yeah.
Oh, speaking of that, best live action concert, Otto. Okay.
But yeah, not too much for me.
That's fine.
Just happy to be here.
Dark. Any personal awards, customized awards, anything?
Yeah. So, I'm going to give. I mean, near kind of said it there. though mine is a little twist with like best directing for Bocchi the Rock. However, I'm gonna
Yeah.
hit you with kind of like breakout directing, right? Because as far as I can see, this is Keiichiro Saito's like first full series that he's directing, right? Unless I missed something, which I don't think I did. The only other thing I've seen him as like credited for is the Aka 13 OVA as like director, like full director, right? Everything
Oh,
else
he
is
didn't
like
even do Bungo? He just did
episode
Aka. Yeah, I remember
director.
Aka. I remember Aka.
Yeah,
For
he was
sure.
like episode director for some stuff and mostly like key animation and everything like that.
Right,
So and
right.
storyboard stuff. So like this
Okay,
being like
interesting.
the first full like directing, kind of insane. And really look forward to seeing more from him.
Yeah,
Really
for
look
sure.
forward to I mean, I really hope they do more Bocchi stuff. Really hope he's on board for that. And I hope we see more like I hope this is more of a sign of not only do we see more Bocchi stuff, but I do hope that more and other directors see like sort of what he did, sort of like what they did in general to handle a what could have been a much more standard adaptation and like really take it to the next level.
Yeah, yeah.
Other than that, I have a couple more. I have definitely not gay, which is fantasy bishoujo. Nothing gay about falling in love with your homie that turned into a cute girl. What else do I have? Oh, I have just general shout out to Dress Up Darling. You know, couldn't give it a lot uh because of how much fucking competition there was this year. But yeah, incredible series. And then last but not least, for my personal, I'm gonna go with Honk Shu voice directing, which goes to Yakuza's Guide to Babysitting, because that shit will put you to sleep. That will absolutely get you to do a little honk shoe me. That's absolutely
it's
happening. That voice
yeah,
directing fucking sucks. Okay? I can't blame I can't blame I forget who it was exactly. I don't remember, but I remember being like that's not oh yeah, Yoshimasa Hosoya. Like there
Oh
is
yeah, he does
no
have a very
reason. There is no, I mean his voice is fine. That's the thing. Like his voice is great. There is no reason for Yakuza's Guide to Babysitting being like ASMR but boring. Like boring man
yeah.
ASMR. Like
Cause he can
the
do
voice
like a
he can do
stronger
great
voice
shit.
or like
I mean for fuck's sake, dude, the man is Orga from fucking Iron Blooded Orphans, all right? You
yeah.
don't
But
that
we
man
all
can
know what happened to
deliver,
Orga.
right? Yeah, exactly. Great things happened. He was immortalized. What happened? But no, I mean he's got like killer. He's got so many like killer fucking roles, and then like such a like strong voice that he can hit you. I mean, granted, he does a lot of like more like emotionally subdued characters in a lot of cases, but he also does a lot of like hot-headed characters too. He's also the fucking he's the I forget what the character's name is. He's the like delinquent guy that was in Mob Psycho as well. So like really powerful shit. I mean, he's also Shotaro in Futotante. So
Okay,
like
okay,
again,
okay.
like he can do like a lot. Like first of all, he also has like 100 fucking roles under his
Yeah,
belt.
he's a
But
veteran
again,
for sure. Yeah.
he can do like he can get like really powerful when he wants to. So like just make him at least be standard, not like powerful, especially for a series like Yakuza's Guide to Babysitting, especially if you're going to introduce the character as like this most feared dude, and then like his voice is literally putting you to sleep.
Yeah.
Well, his delivery. So, and I highly doubt it was his doing. So,
Anyways, anything else? Any other
No, that is it for my personals.
All right.
You
And
know, but before that, why isn't most anticipated anime part of this awards list of
most anticipated.
2023?
Because we don't know, like,
Because you know what, I'll throw
I mean,
mine
we
in.
do. Part of that is in the preview show, but you can also put that in the personal awards.
Yeah,
if you want.
I'll add one
But it's
last
also
one. Most anticipated anime of 2023: Fate Strange Fake.
I mean, we also do a fucking,
yeah, preview show. Yeah,
but we
and
do like
this is
we
also a
do like a
2022 show.
yeah, we do like a looking forward thing
Yeah.
at the end. So
Yeah, that too. But anyways, my personal awards. I'm just gonna go down it real quick. Most tolerable battle royale / death game series went to Blue Lock. Found it more tolerable than I expected. Although I think in the later episodes when they're continuing to like when the other team members are continuing to kind of like blow smoke up, you say he's like ass, right? Where they're like, oh man, he's got the true potential of a striker in him, and everybody's like continually thinking that over and over and over again. I got a little bit tired, but it's like definitely more tolerable than the standard formula. Um, Best villain voice actor, and I kind of wanted to give this to the person in previous years as well, but it's actually Yoshitsugu Matsuoka Yoshitsugu, and he did the villain Majima, and Matsuoka did the villain Majima in Licorice Recoil. And honestly, like the way he does like the sort of like like the sort of whispery kind of voice, and he kind of goes low and kind of gritty, grainy. He does such a great like kind of stereotypical movie villain psychopath kind of voice, and I'm just surprised that yeah, he has like a bunch of like protagonist roles, right? Because he did like No Game No Life and Sword Art Online or whatever it is. But honestly, the real tech, just like how Hanazao kind of like excels in doing these like support characters, like the the Moto character, the sister character, the best in my opinion. I think Matsuoka Yoshisuke needs to be chucked into the villain role way more. I think fucking like just so good. Like his just tone and manner of handling the crazy is very good.
Spire, Vision Driver.
Oh yeah, okay. Yeah. Um yeah, okay. That too. Yeah. I remember now. Okay. So yeah, he does very well too. Best tomboy voice actress, aka please I want this voice actress to peg me is Mitsuki Saiga. Mitsuki Saiga had been doing like male, like boyish, like mannish like roles, like Chef's Kiss since the dawn of time. Just did a pretty good job with Richard III in Requiem of the Rose King as well. She also did like the Onesan like alchemist tutor role, the tomboyish tutor role in management of novice alchemists. Just excellent stuff. And most awkward VA casting, I want to say for male with Uchida Maya. Freaking Uchida Maya. The worst part is, right? Is like Uchida Maya is not like a young person anymore, right? She's like definitely solidly late 20s, right? I think she might be older than I am, or like 1 year older than I am, or 2 years older than I am, or something like that. She's not a young woman, right? And so she's obviously getting rotated sort of into these sort of Une-san roles, right? It's her time when she's doing, Kanzaki Ranko in like Idolmaster, or like, you know, who's the girl in Chunibyo? What's the name? I forgot. Like the Chunibi girl. Those times, like she can still do them, but I think she's getting kind of rotated out of them, right? But when she did the One-san, like sexy One-san, like seductive, like Vermeil role, it was no bueno. It was not good. Like I could hear that shit like just like right, like whiff right over my head. It was such a miss. It was such a throw hit, just like a miss. It was awful. It was awful. So that was that. And last, most cathartic, at least in my personal opinion, heel turn. or essentially like what I mean by that is like the one thing that like the one sort of opinion of a thing or whatever, a series or person or company or whatever that changed dramatically in the eyes of the mainstream in the last year. That was just like the most cathartic thing, like the whole like I told you so kind of moment. Definitely Trigger. Um where like people are still like half the world is still, sucking off Trigger, right? But I think a lot of more people are coming. I don't know what it is or what series caused it. I don't think it was necessarily Cyberpunk. It was definitely some stuff before it. But like people are like strangely slowly coming to this like realize maybe it's like a delayed aftershock after Darling in the Franxx, because like some people like shit on it here and there, right? Like comparing it to whatever it is, Gurren Lagann or whatever. But a lot more people I notice these days are coming to this realization that like Trigger is definitely more of like a coin flip. Like Trigger can have their decent, okay, good days, great days, but like they can also have quite a lot of bad days. And
Yeah.
so more people are coming to this like realization. It's like a Nitro Plus, right? Where like
Yeah.
you're just coin flipping on like whether they're good or not. And more people are realizing that and not just always going like, oh yes, oh please give it to me. Like and I'm glad that more people are coming to that realization, not because I want to shit on Trigger, but I want people to realize just the reality of these things, right? It's not, if you give Trigger an anime series, it's not always necessarily going to end up, perfect, right? So that was the most cathartic thing I had last year for me. And yeah, that was my personal awards. And now we are down to the wire with our last two awards here. Starting off with our worst/least favorite series. And we start off with Toast.
My least favorite series this year, I'm gonna give it to. Spoiler, it's going to go to an isekai.
It
You know what? Because isekai suck.
might be the same thing as mine, to be honest.
Really? Well, now I'm gonna
Or it might
change
not
it.
be. Oh, what is it? What is it?
I'm gonna change it, and it's going to be what is it called? Blah blah blah.
What?
What?
What is it?
I'm gonna give it to if you say it's the same as yours, I'm gonna change mine. I'm gonna change mine to Yusha Yamemasu. Is that one yours?
That was pretty bad. No, it wasn't my pick. That was not my
Yeah.
pick.
Okay. Good. Because that sucked.
That was not good. Yeah, it was
It,
pretty
wa-
bad.
it was pretty bad.
Yeah.
Boring character. The
The
anime
thing is,
didn't.
the way they kind of tried, they like tried to show a quote unquote sort of like a humanity in a sense of like how the villain side, how the bad guys kind of developed, right? Because they kept trying to show them like how they kind of went through the idea of failure, right? But at the end of the day, the characters' reactions were just shitty, right? So it just
It
ended up
was
being
pretty
very
boring.
2D. Yeah. That's the problem. So
Yeah, it was just boring all around. Was it the most boring thing? No, there was one definitely worse.
yeah.
But
But overall, it was
yeah, I was bored of it.
okay.
Not the worst
Uh,
isekai this year, but definitely probably second worst.
okay. Thank you, Toast, for series and Nier. What about you?
I'll probably give mine to Requiem of the Rose King. Just
Ooh. Okay.
The one with
um
is that the androgynous dude one?
yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
that was this year. Nice.
Yeah, just like just
All
a
right.
complete
I forgot that like the plot was also like it was like quote unquote inspired, right, by
War of the
yeah, yeah,
Macbeth,
yeah,
but it was
yeah.
just like
Roses.
not yeah.
But yeah,
Not
just
Macbeth,
like
sorry.
just
Yeah.
completely fucking up the source material. Just it doesn't look good. It's paced horribly.
Mhm.
The premise is like, I mean, I was willing to give the premise the benefit of the doubt, and
Yeah.
like I said when I covered it, I'm sure the source material is like fine. It seems to be fairly well received, but yeah, this adaptation of it is just not good. Definitely, definitely some of the worst like just random like I haven't even read the source material, and like just watching it, I could tell like there were huge chunks missing, like just massive chunks.
Yeah. Like
So
terrible
yeah, just
truncations.
I don't know who was behind that. I don't know who made that call, but just horrible decisions all around.
Yeah.
Not a good show.
All right, thinking year. Worst series, Dark.
What else? What else could I possibly give it to? Right? Cyberpunk.
Yes,
Yeah.
sir. The moment you said that first sentence, I was like, I started.
I don't think there's another like piece of media that fucking like destroyed me to the level of like insanity that Cyberpunk Edge Runners did from all angles.
Cyberpsychosis. Hit by cyberpsychosis.
Yeah, just from fucking building me up and just breaking me down in not a good way. Like this is not like, oh wow, like it really put me on an emotional roller coaster. It was like, yeah, as in like joy and being like, wow, this series is really good, to just rage because of how bad it got. So couldn't give it anything else.
Yeah, it's it was very unfortunate, and the worst part was like out of all the series like here. I mean, I guess all the series here also had slight potential here and there, but it's like it still fought so hard. But anyways, my worst least favorite series, and I want to preface this by saying the sort of general guideline I use for, or not, like obviously I use like the standard stuff, right? When it's necessary, like maybe bad audiovisuals, but bad directorial stuff, whatever stuff like that, right? And but I also kind of look at the impetus and the reasoning behind having this anime exist as a point in history in the first place, right? Because there are plenty of, I mean, like ultimately all anime adaptations are created because they want to make money, right? But some anime more than others, I think, are, I mean, because ultimately most of like 80-90% of these series all end up in the red, right? This has been confirmed through countless interviews, and it's only the rare sort of anime series that really gets the money, and that's sort of what people are looking for, right? So, yes, there are series that kind of give people a little bit of contract money, give the studios a little bit of contract money to kind of grease their wheels and run properly for have the lights on for a little bit before they go back into the red again. But I think also there are some series where people really try, and studios that really try to show off the anime as a piece of art, a medium, something to watch, something to enjoy, something to be entertained by, instead of just being like, yeah, I mean, these are the numbers, we're just selling it, kind of thing, right? And those series that are kind of selling, despite sometimes it being distasteful, sometimes it being obviously bad, just because it gets the eyeballs, right? Rito of Healer, I think you want to. Cecilia says in chat, worse is Rene Flops because I want to Rene Flops. Love Flops is not great either, but like Redo of Healer, right, from last year was obviously a huge mistake, and I kept ranting about it because it's just not a good example to have in the anime industry, where we're just adapting series that glorify rape and stuff like that, like actually glorify rape. Like rape is a thing to look forward to, question mark, or whatever it is, just because and have that be adapted is not a good face to put forward in the anime industry, regardless of where it is, regardless of whether it's on the Noitamina block or whether it's 3 a.m. in the night or whatever. It doesn't matter. It should not be there.
But Spire, what about Goblin Slayer?
Yeah, the Gobos.
Goblin Slayer, I think we do.
Yeah,
Fucking
I think
not
we
gonna
didn't have the
happen.
best thing, but I mean that's also the wanton violence is also I think on a slightly different level from what something like Redo of Healer did. But I think on that note, my award for worst series definitely goes to Isekai Meikyu de Haremo or Harem in the Labyrinth of Another World. Obviously, not
Right?
just because of its
Oh, okay.
directorial misdeeds, problems, but also like even if it was directed properly, quote unquote properly, right? If even if it was a straight adaptation, relatively straight adaptation, like what Redo of Healer did, right? It would still receive this award from me because at the end of the day, and this is one of my guilty pleasure series. I'm gonna say that straight up. It's one of my guilty pleasure series. And I'm not gonna be proud here, being like, wow, I read this series whenever, right? But this series, as I said during my review of it, should never have been made into an anime. It glorifies stuff that shouldn't honestly be glorified in the year 2022. Um, it just doesn't have any proper direction. It's not properly made for an anime form because most of it's just like chapter spawn chapters of them being like, I got upgrade number one, I got stat upgrade number two. Wow, now I got a good job upgrade number three. Um, and it's just not good for anime watching either. And yet, and yet, it was put into an anime. Why? Because it had girls and boobies, and because it was an isekai on a fanfiction site that got a bunch of bookmarks and favorites. That's literally it. And so I think this series, even if it had good direction, even if it had okay, like above average audio visuals, is a series that should not have been made. And so it definitely deserves my award for worst series because it just sets a bad example for the industry. It sets a bad example. I will not like these are the kinds of series again that make people say, "Oh, you watch anime with those anime girls and like the hentai stuff." Like this is what makes people say that. And we should not be going along that line when we can, because we want anime to be a proper standalone medium that people appreciate without, saying that sort of stupid shit to us all the time, right? So definitely worst series. I think along the same line, honorable mention goes to The Eminence and Shadow, Kage no Jitsurukasha ni Narutakute. Ultimately, The Eminence and Shadow works off the same principle, right? Like the anime, obviously, the whole like power fantasy, whatever stuff aside, what is the selling point of the anime? The ultimate selling point of the anime is that there are a bunch of the sexy girls who are swooning over the main character, and that plot on the top of that, the sexy girls are voiced by each of your favorite voice actresses that are cute right now, or whatever it is, right? And so that sort of marketing, that sort of thing, just to get the anime afloat, really just rustles my jimmies in a way that few other things in the anime industry does. So thumbs down on that one for sure.
The
So yeah.
scenes in Isekai Harem Labyrinth were all right, but the story was trash, and the
Yeah, I
animation
mean,
was trash.
like the directorial stuff wasn't like the worst thing ever, but it was still it was not made for anime formatting in a way because again, it was like it's mainly like a dungeon crawler at the end of the day, right? Like after the smut scenes, it's mainly a dungeon crawler, right? And that's like it doesn't properly lend itself to the sort of 12 episode, 24 episode core that we know of today, right? In the anime season. And secondly,
At least I'll say it's slightly better than freaking World's End Harem. That stuff was
yeah,
boring
I mean,
crap. It was
Worlds and Harem is a
boring.
whole different
The scenes,
set of
if even the
forms.
scenes are boring, then it's like, ugh, no
Yeah,
thanks.
it's like Worlds End Harem. The thing is, but at least with like with Worlds End Harem, a lot of that is also kind of following in the footsteps of like what people are already kind of doing with that sort of like light novel adaptation structure or whatever, manga adaptation structure. But I think stuff like Rito of Healer, stuff like Harem in the Labyrinth of Another World, really is breaking new ground in a bad way. Where we're just like really kind of like being corrupted by just anything that has 500k likes on the fanfiction site that literally any sort of crazy otaku can write about, where all these crazy otakus are writing stories like, oh, my 22-year-old childhood friend was turned into a dark elf and then I fucked her, or whatever, like this stupid fanfiction
What
stuff, right?
if your childhood friend turned into a girl?
Yeah, exactly. And then you fucked her or whatever it is. Like,
Hey man,
got 500k bookmarks on here. Must oh, you should sell it. Like, no, that's not good for anime. That's not good for having. Again, would you want to show this to your parents? Would you be like, oh, it's okay that I watch anime because I watch stuff like, Rito of Healer or Harem and the Labyrinth? Would you be able to say that to your parents? If you can't, we have a problem, right? So it's very unfortunate. Like even something like Chainsaw Man, right? Obviously, it has adult themes, right? But it would be much more tolerable, like on magnitudes more tolerable to say and to try to justify something like Chainsaw Man than it would be, some of these series, like again, World's End Harem or Harem and the Labyrinth of the World or whatever. So that's the problem. So yeah, Session's like it's like the slowest dungeon crawler. So yeah, definitely worst series out here, for me at least. And last but not least, then we come to our final award, which is best slash favorite series. And Toast, would you like to start us off?
best series of all time
of forever, yes.
of
Since
this
the
year.
creation of the
All right.
universe.
So there was a lot of really good stuff this year, and a lot of stuff that's pretty mid, and a lot of stuff that sucked.
Okay. So a usual spread of series. I think that's
Yeah, I
that's
would say
the
so.
that's the usual spread. Yeah.
So I mean, there wasn't any Fate this year, right? And uh,
No, I don't think so.
and I'm was taken by Chainsaw Man, so I was like, all right, there's my cop out. So what did I like this year? I liked fantasy, shoujo, whatnot. Um,
Mhm.
Love After World Domination, Bisque Doll, Bufu Ijo, uh, Shikimori. I like Shikimori. Yeah.
Okay.
Skeleton Knight. No, I'm not gonna put Skeleton Knight there. Kong Ming. Kong Ming's pretty good. Data Life 4. No, that sucked.
Okay.
Prima Dolls. Very good. Um, so I had a lot of. This one took me a bit to get through because I had to pick between my tried and true and what I thought was really good overall,
Okay.
and what I ended up picking for best this year overall gotta be gotta be Prima Doll, man. I gotta pick
Okay.
Prima Doll.
Prima doll
It's
then.
short, concise. I liked all the characters. I was invested all the way through.
Okay.
Uh, I mean, it's harder to praise something that you really like than it is to criticize.
Yeah.
Pretty
I think
cool.
I think for what it's worth, I mean, again, I think I was pretty much the only other person here that watched Prima Doll. I mean, I appreciated it. I wasn't like down on anything with that. I think it was fine.
It's
So.
consistently good all the way around. And I kind of want to give it to something that deserves it, something that's new, fresh out the gate, that deserves it, and
Hmm.
something that completely surprised me. I had something I didn't have any high hopes for, but it ended up pleasing me. So that's kind of all the prerequisites that hit in order to make it my best one this season.
Okay.
Because otherwise, it'd be too easy to give it to something I know it would be good, but I'd rather give it to something that deserves it. more than my tried and true favorites, which is what I try to do every year. But if something's just, if I'm super biased towards something, then I just gotta give it to her, right? But no, I'm gonna give it to Prima Doll this year. So
Okay.
good job, Prima
Pretty,
Doll.
pretty good. So Toast again, his best anime of 2022, he gave to Prima Doll. So next then, Near, what do you have for us? I'm just like laughing just thinking about it. I just, I'm not making fun of you. I'm just, I have this sense again, this precognition.
Yeah.
He loves cops.
Yeah.
You're police in a pod, right? I think.
Yeah, dude. Now this was actually a lot harder than I thought it would be.
Yeah.
You know, this year's been really good, but it came down to 3 for me. But in the end, I mean, I see, I wrote down 2, but
Okay.
like
Police,
I
police,
kind of
police.
it's not police and pod. It's,
we're both pushing up towards just say police in a pod. Just
yeah. No, it's Chainsaw Man.
No.
Okay.
Because I mean, I was thinking. I mean, Chainsaw Man's just like it's such a good package, right? Like it's just so
Yes.
it's just so overall like good, right? Like there's very little to complain about with Chainsaw Man.
But Near, does it set a standard for all anime going forward?
I don't think so, but like, do many animes? Not really, right? Like,
I would say a Sword Art Online definitely set a new standard back in 2011.
yeah, for the worse. But yeah, I don't know. Because for me, it was either Chainsaw Man, or Hey Kamonogatari, right? And while I feel like personally as a solitary package, I think Hey Kamonogatari is perhaps more fulfilling. I think because it's hard for me to judge Chainsaw Man outside of because I've read the manga. You know what I mean? I know the series, right? Like I've experienced the series of Chainsaw Man. And while I do think season 1 leaves off at a ever so slightly awkward point in the series, I do think it is like it's pretty good, right? Like it's a pretty good finale. But yeah, I don't know. It's really it's almost impossible for me to really come up with like real genuine like flaws in Chainsaw Man. Whereas with Hikemonogatari, as much as I do love this show, I do find like, I do have some pretty big gripes with the early parts of the show. Some of the characters, they don't get enough screen time, or some of the characters that do get screen time, they don't really contribute as much as I would like. But I think Chainsaw Man is just a very, very well balanced package.
But
Obviously,
Near, they hate Makima. She's no
uh-huh.
longer best girl.
Yeah, I mean, she never was. But also anybody that was out here that was like, oh, I love Makima. I love Makima beyond like episode 2. I mean, y'all are dumb as fuck. But yeah, Chainsaw Man is just like it's just an overall good package. It looks great. It sounds great. It's got a good soundtrack. You really cannot compete with the OPED package. It's just overall good, and I really can't see. I find it hard to see that this stops. You know what I mean? With just 12 episodes, like there's really, I don't see them just doing one season. But yeah, I think for what we have and for what is very likely coming, it's really hard for me not to just give Chainsaw Man Anime of the Year.
Right.
But yeah, it's really close for me. But yeah, honorable mentions to Yofukashi no Uta as well.
Right. All right. Dark. Best anime of 2022, please.
I mean, this one was kind. This one was kind of tough because, again, like I said, Chainsaw Man is a insanely great package. But I mean, for me, I had to go with Spy Family. Right? I still think Spy Family, like, as a whole, is just fucking awesome. I think it does a lot, and I don't think there's really like a whole lot else to say about it. Like, I think it balances everything that it tries to juggle extremely, extremely well. On top of just being a visually great show too.
Yeah. I mean, I think most of these just series that we're talking about all just like they all would be, it's not even just relative to this year, right? They would, I think, easily be contenders for anime of the years in other years as well. So, it's a very tough lineup to pick from. So yeah, Dark picks Spy Family. And my pick, I think, ultimately would go again, it was pretty close for me too. Would go to Bocchi the Rock. And again, my bias, just because I've been doing this sort of like reviewing and tried to see things from like 30,000 feet up and stuff like that for so long. Novelty is one thing, but also the obvious like going above and beyond, right? Obviously, Spy Family, Chainsaw Man, they've all gone above and beyond. But what I really also mean is like nobody expected Bocchi the Rock really to do anything, right? Or even be like anywhere near decent, even in terms of like audio visuals when it was first announced or kind of doing stuff, right? And so the fact that it comes out of the gate swinging, and then the fact that both the original source material and the anime adaptation take their time, or the original animation has, or sorry, yeah, the original material obviously has the references, but the fact that the anime adaptation managed to pack that all in and also take its time to go above and beyond the source material and to make just watching it really entertaining for the viewers. I think that's almost the exact opposite of what I described as sort of the worst anime, right? With, Harem in Another World's Labyrinth or whatever, right? The Harem in the Labyrinth of Another World is the English title. Is the exact opposite, right? Even if maybe you were afraid of, your mom or your parents or whoever, and they were just like maybe not necessarily super into, watching like cute girl series or you watching cute girl stuff, right? I think this, if you were, compared to a lot of other series, could be something that maybe you could show to your parents. You could be like, I watch this kind of stuff because it's wholesome, not in a whole like, oh, all ages, haha, kind of sense. Although obviously Bocchi the Rock is a little bit more all ages than a lot of these other series, right? But also just the idea that anime can be approached in a more serious manner, and that it's not just oh lol, cute girls showing their boobies and like freaking Naruto, Magic Ninja, whatever it is, right? And that's the ability for Bochi the Rock to be able to show more of that in an obvious manner, I think is a very good thing for viewers and also a good thing for the anime industry, again, to be more of an open medium and not just, again, just about cute, sexy girls showing off, doing, hentai stuff or whatever, mainstream people think, right? And so I think that's a really good step that this anime provides. And combine that on top of all the other good things that Pochi the Rock has done, I would definitely give this series uh, best slash favorite series of 2022. So yeah,
I'm
so
glad.
that was
I'm glad you all covered the main bases this year.
yeah. I'm glad. I didn't completely keeled and bow to the Chainsaw Man overlords.
I
But
did.
yeah, you're gonna be on that Chainsaw Man dick until like 2025. Is that what
Yeah.
we're
Yeah.
hearing? Yeah. But yeah. Anyways, I definitely had a lot of fun. And let's just wrap up with thoughts on this year and your last words, stuff like that. Again, starting with Toast. Your last words, thoughts on this year, whatever you want to say.
This year in anime or this year in general?
Um, Focus on this year in anime, but if you want to add a few words on this year in general, you
Uh,
can.
this year is all right, I guess,
Hmm.
in anime. The two movies I watched because I forgot to watch the other movies, or I forgot because I didn't care enough, were pretty good.
Okay.
One Piece being the absolute standout, even though in terms of combat fighting scenes, it's definitely not as good as One Stampede, except for that final battle, because there wasn't really a fight. There was only one enemy that they fought in the entire series, in the entire movie. I'm still considered the best One Piece movie they made, in my opinion, because I'm super biased. Dragon Ball Superhero, kind of upper mid, a way better Piccolo movie than a Gohan movie, even though it was advertised as a Gohan movie.
Yeah.
In terms of anime, the series Bochi Sweep, Chainsaw Man Sweep, Spy Family Sweep, pretty good. I got
Pretty
nothing. I
good.
got no. I got no qualms about those series sweeping. In terms of isekai though, Sword Dad, Isekai Yakyoku, I'm satisfied. They're good. Uh, they're the isekais I wanted to get animated, and they were pretty high mid, so I'll take it. The
Okay.
rest, the other isekais are really bad. What's the one where the dude of fantasy Bishojo? That's good too. But yeah, the rest really bad. Mao reincarnated as a Mao, whatever. I'm a slime sage thing, whatever. Who cares?
Hmm.
Yusha Yamimas, Leadale's good too, even though it's not really isekai, but it kind of is.
Hmm.
What is it? Pu Kenjin no Denshi. Oh, I hate that one. That
Yeah,
one's
that one's pretty
boring
boring.
too. Slave Labyrinth, kind of boring. World's End Harem, also boring. Yeah, there's a lot of boring ones, except for four good isekai. So does it even out? Do you think it evens out? Four good isekai, then the rest are trash. Yes.
Probably not.
Average year for isekai.
Average. Yeah. Average set of misses. Yeah. Okay.
Blue Lock definitely didn't disappoint, so that was good. I
Hmm.
guess that's the best sports I've seen in a while. Yeah, in a good long while.
Okay.
And yeah, so overall, a pretty successful year. Good, very good highs, really bad lows. So this year, pretty mid.
All right. Pretty good then. Near. Any last words, thoughts?
I mean, this year was really strong. right? Like,
Yeah. Or
um,
at least it had a very strong finish, for sure.
I mean, I think it was strong throughout.
Mhm.
Early on, winter season, you have Sona Bistal. You've got some, some more hidden stuff. You've got Sebukui Bisco, you've got Heike Monogatari, some nice
Nice.
stuff here and there. Spring, you had Spy Family, right? I forget what was in summer. What was in summer? Oh yeah, you have Kashina Uta, Licorice Recoil, right? Like, I mean, there was strong stuff throughout, I feel. And then obviously fall was like just absurd, like just
Yeah.
unprecedented, really. Like we haven't had a season like this in a very long time.
It was a metric buttload of stuff for sure. Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, I think this was a really, really strong year for anime. I can't really think of. I can't think of a year in not like too recent memory that I really felt like it was like a really, really strong year. I feel like ever since I don't know 2019 maybe it's kind of been like yeah there have been like good seasons here and there, but like there have been obvious weak spots throughout
Price
the year.
spells. Yeah.
But I feel like this was one of the first years we've had in a while where it was like just strong throughout, and then obviously ending the year as strong as we are is just like um, I guess it definitely colors your vision a bit differently. But yeah, I think this year is pretty nuts. I think there's really something for everyone. I think there was something for almost everyone throughout the year. And yeah, just a really, really good year overall. It's I feel like this year is probably going to be one of those years where we look back on it in a couple years time and be like, damn.
This was the
Like
last year of real anime.
like we
It's like
we were
2011.
spoiled, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
But yeah,
It's like how we refer to 2011, right? It's
yeah,
like that
yeah,
was the last year of real anime or whatever it was.
yeah.
Yeah.
But
This year had really big highs, but for me, it had some really big lows. So that's why I rank it mid.
yeah, but you watch isekais, so
Yeah, exactly. So it
but
evens out.
yeah. Overall, I'm very positive on this year.
Mhm.
For anime at least. Maybe not so much in other topics, but such as the state of the world. But
Yeah.
I think we started strong, we ended strong. Overall, very good year, in my opinion.
All right. Pretty good. Thank you very much, Near Dark.
I mean, I'm pretty much on the same page as Near. Like, I think this year has been really, really good. A lot of really pleasant surprises, a lot of just consistently each season having had just great stuff in it throughout. I don't think there's a whole ton to say, really. I can only hope that 2023 has even like half as good overall as what we had this year.
Yeah. Yeah. I definitely think that it's had at the very least, a very like ramping up into a great end. So, I mean, my thought was like at the beginning of the year, I thought it was a little bit like, oh yeah, there was like Madrasa Darling, but I thought it was gonna be like pretty standard. Like it was like there was some iffy stuff here and there. I was like, okay, well, I mean, it's not like I've never been. I'll always find like a series or two to like stick to. I'm not really like, oh, this dry spell. I have like literally zero to watch. I usually can find one or two things, but it was kind of like slow at the beginning. Winter, it was like the 1 or 2 years. Japan was still. I think at that time, Japan was still going back and forth with the emergency shutdowns. Right? It was like,
Yeah,
oops, like we're gonna open everywhere. We're gonna open what what is it, like everywhere except for like the biggest 3 cities up, and then they were like, oops, no, we lie, we're gonna shut down everywhere, and then, oops, no, we're gonna open up Saitama, Osaka, Tokyo again, oops, no, we're gonna shut down, and it was like going back and forth, and like, I mean, even now people are still catching COVID, but back then it was literally like every other day you would have the news of like X celebrity caught COVID or something like that, right? And it was pretty bad. And people were coming out, and I think the industry was still in a little bit of weird chaos in terms of scheduling, and so it was a little bit weird here. But I think as things got sped up, yeah, pretty much all of the stuff that Near Toast and Dark all mentioned kind of came through. A lot of big series, like you can kind of see the other like the sequels and stuff like that, all kind of roll and kind of provide a buffer as well, right? Like Mob Psycho, Attack on Titan, Kaguya-sama, just everything just coming in, right? Into like and just buffeting the rest of the series. So I think we had a good smorgasbord of everything that people could have wanted, which is pretty good. And obviously, the fall season is sort of like the type of stuff that again, as Nier said, we're gonna look back in however many years and be like, that was the second 2011. This was another, last year. This was the last year anime was good or whatever it was. So hopefully, we'll get just as many good years to come, and hopefully more and more frequently. But I think this was a pretty solid year. Yeah, it's kind of like we're talking about it in kind of like vintage years, like wine, you know what I mean? It's like, yeah, 2011 was a good year, or like, yeah, 2022, pretty solid year there.
I mean, it was certainly.
Yeah.
I do think this is going to be a year that we look back on and
Uncork
like
it, uncork a 2022 series.
maybe even in like 3 years' time, we're going to be like, damn, we were really spoiled.
We're gonna be
Because we were like this season, like fall season
yeah.
is like you don't get this. Like you don't get this. Like
Nier's
it's
gonna be in the year to like 2025, and he's gonna have given up and like watched, like he's gonna be like one of the regular isekai watchers like every season.
Bro,
like he's given up. And
that
it's
was
gonna be
like
yeah.
that was like literally me in fucking. When did Hoseki come out? Yeah, 2017. Like after like
Yeah.
2017, I was like, dude, anime is over. Like it's
the party is over, guys.
yeah, like it's done, bro. It's like
Yeah.
wrap it up, And
the funny
while
thing is, it's gonna be like you're gonna start watching some stuff because it's gonna be on sort of like on the level of something like Mushoku Tensei, right? And then like after a few seasons of getting used to that, like you're just gonna suddenly get like one season where every isekai is like completely shitty, and that's when the true despair begins.
yeah, but yeah, it's like yeah, I
think it's gonna be weirder going forward, and by weirder, what I mean is like, again, the landscape of the anime industry is changing, right? There's a lot of digitalization going on. There's a lot of the sort of the base model for the anime industry is crumbling despite the Japanese government's best effort to put it up. But it's strangely coinciding at a time where more and more people are putting more and more money into the anime industry, right? Like the demand and the money flow for the anime industry is increasing so much, but at the same time, it's crumbling because all the studios are just not properly able to get money because the production companies are screwing them, right?
Yeah.
So we're getting more and more of these like bankruptcies, right? Like from visual novel studios companies, from localizations that are getting swallowed up by mergers and acquisitions. And during this economic downturn, obviously there's going to be even more, and more of these companies are either going to go bankrupt or they're going to be swallowed up into these bigger companies. Like they're going to be swallowed up into like Tezuka Some Productions, or they're going to become part of Sunrise, or they're going to become part of Production IG usually, or they're going to become part of, I don't know, some other like studio, right? Or they're going to become part of maybe Bandai Namco's in-house or whatever it is, right?
Yeah.
And so we're going to see more and more of this consolidation. And what does more like consolidation mean? It means that those bigger monoliths who are also tied to the production companies don't necessarily have to care as much about quality, right? Because they're just going to be like, okay, well, if you don't give those contracts to us, right? Who else are you going to give them to, right? That's
Yeah.
what happens when there are less studios. So I think we're going to go through some interesting times, potentially some downturns soon. But at the same time, there's this arms race going on. At the same time, all of this is going on. There's this arms race going on to find the one 3D CG's technology that both is super efficient, right? And lets the artists work at a super high pace, but at the same time doesn't make the viewers want to vomit when they see the CG on screen, right? So there's this
It's
arms
either
race
gonna
going
be
on.
UFO Table or Studio Orange.
Yeah, exactly. So
It's
some,
usually
or it could even
Orange.
be like a sudden like random like technology innovation by some random in-house studio with more money than fucking Elon Musk, right? And we don't know, but it's like could be this clearly this arms race going on, and whenever that happens, not only are they going to be king, but sooner or later that sort of technology is going to be copied, and all these like small indie studios who use the 3D CG technology is going to come in, and it's going to be very interesting times up ahead. I think so many of these like different winds flowing from all directions, so many of these coming at different levels, and I'm just hoping that again, just like what Nier hopes and what everybody here hopes is we're hoping that anime quality becomes better, storytelling quality becomes better, adaptation quality becomes better for the viewers because again, it is an entertainment medium. And it's everybody suffers when all we're getting is just fan fiction, fan fiction adaptations.
Yeah.
So.
Spire VR tech is improving leaps and bounds every day.
Yeah, we're gonna. What
Insane.
is it? When was it that the simul like anime creation or whatever, where it's like that they had that one anime where they had the people like act it out like live or whatever it was while the anime like got dubbed or whatever. Do you guys remember that like that, right? That there was that project where they had the anime being live produced as the voice actors were like dubbing it or whatever it was. There was like that really small, like weird,
That sounds
like indie project
insane.
thing. I might be able to pull it up, but it's like it was essentially imagine the Crunchyroll simul dub or whatever,
Yeah.
but it's like in Japanese. Like they were like trying to act it out while the anime was being made live, and there was that shit. That's gonna be Toast like vision. Like in 2 years, we're gonna have that shit.
Yeah.
I was thinking of Virtual Sun season 2, but okay,
No, well, Virtual Sun is a little bit more like.
because we already have VTuber actual drama.
Yeah, I mean, Virtual Sun is pretty much just a cash grab from the VTuber pig
It was a
community.
cash
That's
grab. How
different.
come? Where was Hololive back then? It was only Niji Sanji. And
Well,
was Kizuna in it? I don't think so, no.
I forget. But yeah. Anyways, thank you, Nier. Or wait, no, I was going through it, right? I kept like confusing with Nier because I pretty much
Alright,
had like
Dark,
the
you're
same thoughts
next.
as you did. Sorry. Um, but yeah, I mean, I think that was.
Did Dark go? I don't even remember.
Yeah,
Did
I
Dark go?
already went.
think-
I
Yeah,
was
no, it was
Everyone-
me. I was
everyone
just integrating
Yeah,
too
okay.
much with you.
Yeah, we were.
that
Yeah,
was-
we were just rambling
yeah.
too much. But
Yeah. But yeah, anyways, that was it for our award show. I said reward. I
You
don't know.
should do
For
New
our award
Year's
show.
resolutions in anime.
in anime. That's weird.
Yeah.
So yeah, this our award show again. Thank you everybody for coming. I know it was a long stream and there was like an interruption in the middle. Sorry, we'll try to get that fixed when we can, and then in the VOD processing when we can. But yeah,
Do
again,
you want to do New Year's resolutions? Because I have one.
I think we should probably wrap up quick.
Alright.
But before we wrap up, and by quick I mean I want to expedite, but again, I just want to hear obviously thank you to the viewers here for watching us throughout all of this time. Again, for 2022, hopefully you guys stay healthy and stay safe for 2023 and these tumultuous times, and you guys get to watch us banter about anime throughout 2023 as well. And more than that, again, I would like to thank you guys, Toast, Near Dark, for sticking with this guy up here for throughout another year of us
many years
ranting
has it
about
been?
anime.
Too many.
A lot of years. And but
Did I talk
I
about
think
Unlimited Blade Works that one time
which
What?
time?
when it came
You
There's a
talked
lot
about
of times I
UBW
think
a lot.
yeah,
Bro.
you've been talking.
when it came out?
Yeah, you definitely
Yeah.
talked about. Yeah, you definitely talked about UBW when it came out.
Wow, so
I
we've been doing this for 10 years.
yeah. But yeah, I again would like to just thank all of you guys for sticking with me all this while and just being on the podcast to kind of banter it out. So again, thank you guys so much. And yeah, again, we'll
I love you
be
too, bro.
yeah. I love you like those two guys and Yuri on Ice definitely aren't gay for each other. But what is it? Yeah, so this schedule will be we had this podcast on the 1st here on Sunday. So next podcast will be on the 7th. I believe that is next Saturday, right? This next Saturday, I believe. Yeah. So
Yeah.
next Saturday, December 7th, or sorry, January 7th will be our next podcast. We're doing it in a week so we can properly get on pace with the anime seasons and with our respective schedules. And then after that, it'll be normal. So it'll be the 7th, and then 2 weeks after that, the 21st, and so on. So watch out for us in a week. We're going to be starting right into our winter season, one of our more interesting seasons usually overall. So check us out for that. We have our preview show set up, and we're going to have it set up on YouTube as well properly soon. So yeah, if you do like what we do, we stream our podcast recording every other Saturday starting from 10 p.m. Eastern Standard Time over at twitch.tv/4PlayerAnimecast. That's with the numeral 4, where we talk about the latest and greatest in Japanese animation media, anime, manga, light novels, web novels, visual novels, and so much more. So check us out here. Check us out on YouTube. VOD, we have our live recordings of our live podcast over there. So whichever format you desire. Updates on our social media on Facebook for Play Animecast as well as on Twitter at 4PlayAnimecast. Again, all with the numeral 4. So check us out here, check us out there, and as always, we'll see you next time.